Chapter 696, Final Farewell. Chapter 696, Final Farewell. Although it was a seemingly insignificant action, it was a form of recognition. Or rather, it was the mighty figure of Tomb's sect expressing his gratitude to Su Zimo. This treasure has followed me for more than 10,000 years. To think that it still degraded to such a state in the end. The skeleton retracted its palm and looked at Little Fatty before saying slowly, "Keep this Yellow Springs diagram well. Once you advance to Nascent Soul Realm, use it as your destiny dermic weapon. Even if it can't reclaim its glory of the past, you'll have to repair it to the state of a Dharma treasure." The pretext of the Yellow Springs diagram turning into a Dharma treasure was for Little Fatty to advance to the Mahayana realm. However, how difficult was it to achieve that? Even this Paragon who was once a titular disciple of Tomb's sect in the past right before them did not manage to finish that advancement. "Don't worry, Senior, I'll do my best." Little Fatty nodded furiously and put the Yellow Springs diagram away with utmost importance. The skeleton surveyed its surroundings and looked at the nervous spirit tiger, Ching Ching and everyone else, saying gently, "There's no need to be afraid, I died a long time ago. The only thing remaining in my skeleton is a remnant of my consciousness. 50,000 years ago, I failed to break through to the Mahayana realm and was almost at the end of my lifespan. As such, I could only set up this astral dragon sputum lair and await the future generation." Everyone was confused. Since he was already dead, how did his consciousness manage to survive till now? The skeleton seemed to understand everyone's confusion and explained, "By making use of this tomb, my remnant consciousness fused into the dragon vein and concealed this heavenly secret. That was how I managed to remain here. Now that the dragon vein has been absorbed, I'm about to dissipate too." Everyone was enlightened. The skeleton continued, "The reason why I left this remnant consciousness was to prevent the Yellow Springs diagram from falling into the hands of outsiders. The final test of this tomb is me." Upon hearing that, everyone had conflicted expressions and felt trepidation. It was obvious what the skeleton was implying. If one of them in the group harbored evil intentions and designs on the Yellow Springs diagram, they would have been dead by now. Although it was only a remnant consciousness of a conjoint body mighty figure, it was strong enough to kill any of them present. Su Zimo's mouth twitched. The thoughts of this mighty figure of Tomb's sect could not be described simply as being cautious. It was more like he was twisted. Who would have expected that there would be a final test even after passing through all the various ones at the start? At the same time, it was the scariest and most fatal test. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he turned to Lin Xuanji at the side. There was no hint of surprise in Lin Xuanji's eyes, as though he had predicted this. Indeed. Su Zimo sneered internally, what a crafty person. Back when they first entered, a thought crossed Su Zimo's mind when he saw that nothing in the palace seemed to have been touched. Could Lin Xuanji truly be so considerate? It was only at this moment that he finally understood. Lin Xuanji had expected this scene before them long ago. The skeleton turned and walked toward Su Zimo. "There are 4 distinct auras coming from you," the skeleton said slowly, "from the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects, as well as a demonic chi." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. Naturally, the secrets in his body could not be hidden from a conjoint body mighty figure. "Good, good. Very good." The skeleton nodded repeatedly, seemingly pleased. The skeleton retrieved an ancient book from the stone shelf at the side and wiped away the dust on it before handing it to Su Zimo. "Take this book with you. If you can fulfill my wish, you will definitely bring about blessings for the masses." Su Zimo retrieved the ancient book and flipped it open gently. He merely took a quick glance before his expression changed. The ancient book recorded trial methods for how mortals should cultivate and form golden cores if they had no spirit roots. Of course, all of those methods ended in failure. However, there were a lot of thoughts and conclusions described behind the methods. When he witnessed Su Hong reach the end of his lifespan and the pitiful lives of the citizens of Yen country as their corpses sprawled everywhere, Su Zimo made a vow that he would create a Tao and alter the fates of the masses. For anyone else, this ancient book would be equivalent to trash. However, it was extremely important for Su Zimo. The failed attempts and methods were precious experiences left behind by their predecessors. It would save him a lot of time and effort. The skeleton said, "I've lived for more than 20,000 years and most of my time was spent on this. It's a pity that I did not manage to find a path further. If you have the heart to do so, I can only rely on you to continue down this path. If even someone like you can't do it, I'm afraid this is probably a dead end." Su Zimo was someone who cultivated the path of immortals, demons, fiends, and Buddhism. If even he could not create a path and establish a brand new Tao, there would probably be no one else in this world qualified to do so. Of course, given Su Zimo's current cultivation realm, experience, and knowledge, he was way too far from being able to establish a Tao. Su Zimo bowed deeply towards the skeleton and declared earnestly, "My sincere gratitude, Senior. This book is of utmost importance to me." "All right." The skeleton nodded and the light spot on its glabella had already grown faint. After pondering for a moment, it turned and pointed towards the electric pool at the back that flashed purple. "This is a purple electric pool and it can be used to refine one's body and weapons. There's an ancient manual in the middle of the electric pool and it's one of the cultivation techniques of the Void Thunder Manual, known as the Purple Thunder Manual. It's a heaven-grade cultivation technique and contains a myriad of techniques. Apart from mental arts, there's also dermic arts. Take it with you." Su Zimo was delighted when he heard that. Cultivation techniques had 4 grades: heaven, earth, dark and light. Ethereal Peak did not even have a dark-grade cultivation technique or dermic art. Only aristocratic families and upper sects possessed dark-grade cultivation techniques and dermic arts. Earth-grade cultivation techniques and dermic arts were limited to super sects and they were not allowed to be imparted or leaked to outsiders. Although there were many cultivation techniques and dermic arts on the stone shelves, Su Zimo saw that they were mostly light-grade. Even if there were any at dark grade, they were individual volumes and were incomplete. But now, there was a heaven-grade cultivation technique right in front of Su Zimo. This was a divine opportunity. Furthermore, this was a section of the Void Thunder Manual. Su Zimo possessed the power of thunder within his body to begin with. As such, his cultivation process would be much easier. Now that everything was ready, Su Zimo only had to advance to nascent soul realm to be able to cultivate the Purple Thunder Manual. Lin Xuanji was green with envy once more. This must definitely be the effect of the dragon vein. Lin Xuanji was at the brink of tears and lamented internally, otherwise, this opportunity would have most likely been mine. The skeleton turned back and returned to the platform. It sat down slowly with a relieved expression. "I can finally leave in peace now. All of you are good, very good." With that, the light spot on the skeleton's glabella dimmed completely. After losing the support of a mighty figure's energy, the skeleton collapsed and turned into dust. Su Zimo sighed gently, looking emotional. Legend has it that the lifespan of a conjoint body mighty figure was more than 20,000 years. However, this mighty figure of Tomb Sect was able to display such godly abilities to extend its time in this world to 50,000 years and witness this scene today. It was only at this moment that his final trace of existence vanished from this world. Without a word, everyone bowed in unison deeply towards the mound of dust. It was a form of respect. At the same time, it was a final farewell. Chapter 697, Refining the Sword Formation. Chapter 697, Refining the Sword Formation. The purple electric pool crackled and flashed with an extremely terrifying aura. Su Zimo said, "This electric pool can be used to refine one's body. Those that can withstand it, will refine our bodies inside together." However, do take note that the power of thunder is the most dangerous. If you feel anything amiss, leave right away and don't push yourselves. Heh, I was waiting for you to say that. Lin Xuanji gave an odd chuckle. He naturally wanted to obtain some compensation for the fact that he only captured 10% of the dragon vein for his trip here. The little fox hopped out of Su Zimo's embrace hurriedly and pouted her lips, shaking her head. Although demons were mostly strong physically, there were some exceptions. The fox race did not depend on their bodies for their cultivation. Su Zimo nodded and walked forward. This was something that could not be forced. In the mortal realm, there was the saying that one should never trespass an electric pool. To them, an electric pool represented danger and destructive power. Su Zimo entered the purple electric pool and shuddered. The electric pool shone brightly and flashed with a dazzling streak of lightning. One after another, purple lightning surged around Su Zimo before entering his body wildly. Su Zimo took a deep breath and advanced into the depths of the purple electric pool. Lin Xuanji rushed behind immediately after. The moment he entered, his eyes revealed a look of pain. However, he withstood it immediately after. The more pain one could endure within the electric pool, the stronger their bodies would be refined. The power in the outer perimeter of the electric pool was considered to be calm. The closer to the core, the wilder the power of thunder became. It rose with streaks of thunderbolt, as though it wanted to annihilate, drown and devour everything. One could only truly experience the meaning of the wrath of thunder in the center of the electric pool. Monkey, the spirit tiger, the golden lion and Qing followed behind Lin Xuanji. The four of them belonged to demon races that placed emphasis on the strength of one's body. There was naturally no way they would miss an opportunity as such. Initially, Little Fatty and Shi Jian had no intention of entering. However, when they saw everyone rush in, including Lin Xuanji, it seemed as though the electric pool was nothing terrifying and they were both tempted. Should we linger for a moment at the outer perimeter of the electric pool? Shi Jian suggested. Yes. Little Fatty's eyes flickered as he said, I think that's fine. We shouldn't be in danger as long as we don't venture deep into the electric pool. Let's go. The two of them entered the electric pool. Ah. 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 The moment they entered, they shrieked. It was the worst for Shi Jian. His flesh was split, his hair stood on end and smoke rose from all his 7 orifices. To begin with, Puppet's sect was not bothered about body tempering. Before he was electrocuted unconscious, Shi Jian scurried out, looking extremely wretched with a blackened face. The little fox sniffed and said with confusion, strange, why is there the smell of delicious roasted meat? Shi Jian nearly spat blood when he heard that. Little Fatty was slightly better off than Shi Jian. After all, his body had just undergone a transformation due to the fog released by the Yellow Springs diagram. As such, it was not injured by the electricity. Even so, Little Fatty was in immense pain as his fat body twitched repeatedly. Isn't this just suffering for nothing? Little Fatty lamented internally, I'm having a good life eating good food, enjoying good sleep with a nice round body. Why should I be torturing myself like this? It did not take long for him to exit. Right now, there were only 6 people in the electric pool, Su Zimo, Lin Xuanji, Monkey, the Spirit Tiger, the Golden Lion and Qing. Although they were all in the electric pool, their positions varied. The difference between the 6 of them was also clear. Su Zimo had arrived at the center of the electric pool and assumed a lotus position. The blood qi in his body surged as he absorbed the rampant power of thunder to refine his body. Unexpectedly, Lin Xuanji was the closest to the center of the electric pool. It was no wonder why he was this generation's successor to Enigma Palace. His methods were endless, his strength was unpredictable and even his physique was terrifying to such an extent. Monkey was slightly behind Lin Xuanji. Behind Monkey was the Spirit Tiger. In truth, the Spirit Tiger's bloodline was the most ordinary among all of them. Thankfully, he had cultivated the marrow cleansing section of the Void Thunder manual and was able to swap blood through his marrow. By accident, he managed to absorb 4 claws of unknown origin into his body as well. The Spirit Tiger's physique was also transforming silently. After the Spirit Tiger was the Golden Lion and Ching Ching. The 6 of them found the limit which they can endure in the electric pool and sat down, taking in the power of thunder for their cultivation. A scroll made of beast skin hovered in the middle of the electric pool. Su Zimo reached out and retrieved the beast skin before unfolding it. At the top corner of the beast skin, there were 3 words, Purple Thunder Manual. This was a section in the Void Thunder Manual which was crafted by the Thunder Emperor and was a heaven-grade cultivation technique. If one could cultivate a heaven-grade cultivation technique upon advancing to nascent soul realm, not only would they be able to cultivate at a terrifying speed, their essence spirits would also be much stronger than the essence spirits that were cultivated with light-grade cultivation techniques. It was the difference between heaven and earth. A powerful essence spirit meant that one would be able to manipulate more dermic powers and was stronger. Su Zimo took a quick glance before putting the Purple Thunder Manual carefully into his storage bag. This cultivation technique was going to be his strongest support for his immortality cultivation after he advanced to the nascent soul realm. At the same time, Su Zimo gained an immense curiosity towards the Een Spirit section of the Mystic Classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness. The Een Spirit section came after the Core Formation section and corresponded to the nascent soul realm of the Immortals. Without cultivating a Een Spirit, Su Zimo would not be able to see the cultivation techniques of the Een Spirit section. Su Zimo was certain that the Een Spirit section Dai Yu imparted to him was a heaven-grade cultivation technique. He did not know what was its limits. Furthermore, Dai Yu had imparted to him the Mystic Classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness. Up till this point, he could only manage to summon 7 Demon Kings with 5 more that had yet to appear. Su Zimo was looking forward to whether another Demon King would appear with the Een Spirit section. As he experienced the berserk power of thunder, a thought crossed his mind and he withdrew 27 supreme-grade flying swords from his storage bag. That was the set of flying swords required to form the Illumination Sword formation. Prior to this, the supreme-grade flying swords were tainted by the blood of powerful demon beasts and their powers would diminish after prolonged exposure. Su Zimo was also contemplating about how he could upgrade the set of flying swords. Now, with the help of the electric pool, he could truly refine the 27 flying swords once again. Although he could not raise their grades, he could boost their power by imbuing them with the power of thunder. The resultant impact would be even greater with 27 of them together. The increase in power of the Illumination Sword formation would be seen even clearer. Su Zimo waved his hand and the 27 flying swords scattered around him into the purple electric pool, shining with streaks of lightning on their blades. Everyone that entered the tomb had obtained opportunities for themselves respectively. At that moment, a group of cultivators arrived above the tomb. There were several thousands of them. Their leader was a scrawny man that resembled a bamboo pole. He stood in midair with a cold expression, glaring down as his eyes flickered. Chapter 698, 3 Major Sects. Chapter 698, 3 Major Sects. Fellow Taoist Ling Ming, this place where we're at is where the tomb is? A man behind the scrawny cultivator walked over. He had a haughty expression and a frightening aura as his eyes flashed with electric currents. A sect badge hung on his waist with the words Zephyr Thunder. The person who spoke was the legacy disciple of one of the 9 immortal sects, Zephyr Thunder Palace, Su Cheng. Su Cheng was also the leader of more than 1,000 Zephyr Thunder Palace disciples who had entered the ancient battlefield. The scrawny cultivator was the other legacy disciple of Tomb Sect this time round, Ling Ming. Ling Ming withdrew a geomantic compass and started calculating. A moment later, he nodded. There should be no mistake. This should be where the tomb is. He glared down coldly at the formation of the terrain beneath him. Gradually, a look of realization flashed in his eyes as he nodded. No wonder it's so secretive. It's the astral dragon sputum lair. Since we've located the tomb, let's head down, Su Cheng said. There's no need. Leng Ming shook his head. The dragon vein here has already dispersed, meaning that someone has arrived before us. There's no need for us to barge in. We can just wait outside to collect the rewards. That works too. Su Cheng nodded and surveyed his surroundings, raising his voice intentionally. The treasures in the tomb are secondary. There's a cultivation technique in there that I'm determined to get my hands on. Nobody shall fight me for it. The legendary Purple Thunder Manual, right? Another voice sounded behind the two of them. A man with a deathly aura arrived beside the two of them. The person was extremely ugly with a pale face and purplish lips. He resembled the malevolent ghosts in hell. Behind him was a towering giant that was a full 30 feet tall. The giant was draped tightly by a silver-white skin from head to toe such that even his nose and mouth were covered. Even so, a faint rotting stench could still be smelled emanating from the giant. The ugly man was the legacy disciple of corpse refinement cult this time round, Situ Shur. The giant behind him was his battle corpse. Situ Shur said, "Do you think that I don't know? In the cultivation techniques passed down in Zephyr Thunder Palace, the reason why many powerful dermic arts aren't able to be unleashed is because you guys lack the Purple Thunder Manual." Su Cheng's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain as he said indifferently, "I'm sure you're not here solely for revenge, huh, Brother Situ? That cultivator of puppet sect murdered disciples of corpse refinement cult. I definitely have to get my hands on him." Situ Shur remarked coldly, "I also want a share of the treasures in this tomb as well. Fellow Daoist Leng Ming, I'm here with hundreds of disciples from my sect to assist you. Naturally, you have to give me my share of the treasures in the tomb as well." Another cultivator draped in white robes stood out, looking graceful and extraordinary. He was the legacy disciple of another of the 9 immortal sects, Chaos Essence Sect, Nye Hao. The leader of the Chaos Essence Sect disciples this time round was the top of the Golden Core phenomenon ranking who was publicly acknowledged as the #1 Golden Core, Di'in. Naturally, against the reputation of Di'in, it was easy to overlook Nye Hao. However, in reality, Nye Hao was extremely strong and had cultivated the legacy phenomenon of Chaos Essence Sect. If not for a monster incarnate like Di'in, he would have been the leader of the Chaos Essence Sect disciples. Leng Ming smiled faintly. "Everyone, don't worry. I only wish to retrieve the legacy utmost treasure of Tomb Sect. You guys can split the remaining treasures among your disciples." He surveyed the ground and smiled indifferently with extreme confidence, as though he could peer through all the obstacles. In order to prevent any accidents, he sought help from 2 major immortal sects, Zephyr Thunder Palace and Chaos Essence Sect. Along the way, Corpse Refinement Cult of the 5 heretical doctrines joined them. With the backing of the 3 super sects, Leng Ming was confident that the Yellow Springs diagram was definitely his. "My dear junior brother, I heard that you found some helpers for yourself too. Let's see what sort of people you've sought help from, Fufufu." Within the tomb, Lin Xuanji, Monkey, the Spirit Tiger, the Golden Lion and Qing Qing left the electric pool one after another. Su Zimo was the final one to leave. In part, it was because his physique could withstand the refinement of thunder for a longer duration. At the same time, he was refining the sword formation. Right now, he had already completed the sword formation. Although the 27 flying swords were still at supreme grade, each of them had streaks of purple lightning coiling them. Aside from the sharpness of the blade itself, there was now the tough and righteous power of thunder that could suppress evil. Su Zimo furrowed his brows gently. "Fatty, put away the treasures of this place. Let's leave as soon as possible. I've got a feeling that something is amiss." "Yes." Little Fatty nodded. It was way too strange that his senior brother, Leng Ming, had yet to show himself. Furthermore, they had spent a long time in this tomb. Other things might happen if they continued staying here. Little Fatty walked along the stone shelves and stuffed all the other treasures into his storage bag. Apart from some of them that he would use for himself, he would hand the rest over to the sect. It would be a huge merit on his part. With that merit and the acknowledgement of the Yellow Springs diagram, Little Fatty's status in the sect would definitely surpass Leng Ming, although he had joined later. Let's leave. Little Fatty waved his hand after wiping the treasures clean, and everyone returned from where they came from. Unlike when they entered, the group of them did not encounter any obstacles on the way out. Even the ancient frost crocodiles and bloodthirsty silverfishes seemed to be hiding themselves. Everyone entered the lake and rose continuously. When they were dozens of feet from the surface, Su Zimo's eyes flashed as he whispered, "Everyone, watch out. There's a lot of people up there." Fufu, the oriole stalks the mantis as it stalks the grasshopper. Lin Xuanji chuckled. "Fatty, that senior brother of yours has already arrived." He looked extremely relaxed. Su Zimo sneered, "It isn't easy being an oriole." Swoosh. Before long, splashes appeared on the lake as Su Zimo's group rushed out and hovered in midair. They were surrounded by several thousand murderous cultivators, and all of them had endless greed in their eyes. 4 cultivators stood in 4 directions and looked down with a torrential aura. They were none other than Leng Ming of Tomb Sect, Su Cheng of Zephyr Thunder Palace, Situ Shur of Corpse Refinement Cult, and Nia Hao of Chaos Essence Sect. "Senior brother, you've come indeed." Little Fatty glared at a scrawny cultivator and grit his teeth. "Fufu." Leng Ming smiled faintly. "Junior brother, I truly hadn't expected you to arrive here a step before me, but..." He changed the topic and retracted his smile, shaking his head. "Everything you've done is for naught and merely to set things up for me. You're too naive to fight with me. Senior brother, the sect master said that whoever gets their hands on the Yellow Springs diagram wins. You've already lost the fight." Little Fatty said deeply. A series of exclamations broke out in the crowd at the mention of the Yellow Springs diagram. That renowned emperor weapon had been with the Underworld Emperor for many years. Although its grade had fallen, it was still a rare utmost treasure. Even Su Cheng, Situ Shur, and Nia Hao's eyes flashed with temptation. How naive. Leng Ming shook his head with a mocking gaze. "Junior brother, you're still naive as ever. Before you refine it to become your destiny dermic weapon, the Yellow Springs diagram belongs to no one still. I can naturally snatch it away from you." Chapter 699, Nobodies. Chapter 699, Nobodies. The commotion here was rather great, and many cultivators in the vicinity were already rushing over. Situ Shur frowned slightly and said with a deep voice, "Let's settle this as soon as possible lest outsiders get to be the oriole." Leng Ming nodded and glared at Little Fatty with a cold gaze before saying slowly, "Junior brother, don't blame me for not taking into account our relationship as sect mates. I'll give you 2 options to choose. The first option is to hand over the Yellow Springs diagram alongside all the treasures in the tomb. I will then spare your life. The second option..." There's no need to say anything more. Leng Ming was interrupted by Little Fatty before he could finish. Little Fatty gripped his fists tightly and snarled word for word, "I'll never hand the Yellow Springs diagram to you." He went through immense danger and found it with his own capabilities. Why should he hand it over to Leng Ming? Well. Leng Ming nodded with an endless killing intent in his eyes. "You chose this, so don't blame me for not giving you any chances." Little Fatty withdrew a flying sword from his storage bag with a resolute expression without any bit of fear. Leng Ming glanced briefly at Su Zimo and the others with a mocking gaze before jeering, "Junior brother, I've got to say that you've truly grown. To think that you would know how to seek help, that's impressive." However, these few people and some beasts are your backing? When they heard the word beasts, monkey and the others revealed wrathful looks. The spirit tiger was murderous as he glared at Leng Ming fiercely before chuckling. Bamboo pole, you had better run away later. Otherwise, if I get my hands on you, ha ha ha. Leng Ming chuckled. Junior brother, you can't be naive enough to think that you can fight me with these nobodies? Nobodies? Little Fatty laughed as well. There were a total of 9 of them. Apart from Monkey, the Spirit Tiger, Ching Ching, the Little Fox and the Golden Lion who were demons, which of the remaining 4 were nobodies? He was a legacy disciple of Tomb Sect. Shi Jian was a legacy disciple of Puppet Sect. Lin Xuanji was their generation successor of Enigma Palace. Although Su Zimo had no sect or faction currently, there was probably nobody in the ancient battlefield who would dare claim that he was a nobody. Everything else aside, the name Su Zimo was enough to scare people to death. What, you don't believe me? Leng Ming burst into laughter. Since that's the case, let me introduce to you these few true paragons of Tianhuang mainland so that you'll understand how you die at least. This is the legacy disciple of corpse refinement cult, Situ Shi. Situ Shi had a cold gaze and glared at Shi Jian as though he was looking at a dead man. Shi Jian said softly, leave that man to me. Lin Xuanji whispered, although that man has no golden core phenomenon, he is not weak. The 30-foot-tall battle corpse behind him is already showing signs of evolution into a silver corpse. The battle corpses of corpse refinement cult were differentiated by levels. A corpse was the lowest level and was extremely weak, they could be destroyed easily with weapons, fire and water. Iron and bronze corpses came after. Normally, golden cores of corpse refinement cult were able to control bronze corpses. Above bronze corpses were silver corpses. Leng Ming pointed to another person and smiled leisurely, this fellow Taoist is Nia Hao from one of the 9 immortal sects, Chaos Essence Sect. Chaos Essence Sect? Su Zimo murmured and a figure that resembled an emperor flashed through his mind. Dean of Chaos Essence Sect. That person was truly frightening and was the strongest foe Su Zimo had encountered by far. Lin Xuanji remarked nonchalantly, he is Di Yin's junior brother. The only reason why he's not so well known is because of Di Yin's reputation, but he does have some skills. Su Zimo did not have much knowledge about the paragons of the various super sects, but Lin Xuanji knew everything at the back of his hand. Su Zimo turned to Lin Xuanji. We'll leave that guy to you since you seem so nonchalant. It's fine. Lin Xuanji waved it off and pouted. I'm not together with you guys. Most of the benefits within the tomb were taken by you guys and I only got a fraction of it. Mr. Lin, are you thinking of running away? The little fox wanted to agitate Lin Xuanji psychologically but he did not fall for it. Without even blushing, Lin Xuanji said sincerely, a gentleman knows that he should not stand in the face of danger. Don't worry, once the battle starts, I'll definitely be the first to run and not create trouble for you guys. This is Su Cheng, the number 1 golden core of one of the 9 immortal sects, Zephyr Thunder Palace. Leng Ming's voice sounded once more as he left Su Cheng's introduction for the last. Cultivators that were watching nearby exclaimed at the mention of that name. Lin Xuanji displayed a rare moment of seriousness and said deeply, he is extremely strong. It's said that he cultivated the strongest legacy phenomenon of Zephyr Thunder Palace, the Apocalyptic 5 Thunders. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. In the previous Golden Core phenomenon ranking, a successor of Zephyr Thunder Palace was ranked 9 and his phenomenon was the 4 Thunderbolts. Behind that Golden Core phenomenon, it was clearly stated that the highest level of the Golden Core phenomenon was to create 5 Divine Thunderbolts that had an apocalyptic might. 4 Divine Thunderbolts were enough for one to be ranked top 10 in the phenomenon ranking. How strong was this person in combat if he could summon 5 Divine Thunderbolts? Lin Xuanji continued, this person is strong enough to be top 5 or even top 3 in the phenomenon ranking. The reason why he's here this time round is so that he can challenge Dean. Su Zimo nodded. Lin Xuanji reminded, don't underestimate your opponents. Although you have a double phenomenon, they might not be able to go against the 5 divine thunderbolts released by this guy. Su Zimo frowned. Up to this point of his cultivation, he had not encountered anyone who could challenge his double phenomenon. At the most, they could only enter a stalemate with one of his phenomenons. Once his second phenomenon appeared, his opponents would definitely be defeated without chance. To think that he would meet such a savage character before arriving at Myriad Phenomenon City. Leng Ming looked at Little Fatty with a fake smile. How about introducing your helpers so that we can broaden our knowledge too? A series of chuckles sounded from the Chaos Essence Sect, Corpse Refinement Cult and Zephyr Thunder Palace crowd. Situ Shi and Nia Hao had haughty expressions. Su Cheng's hands were behind his back as he looked up in the skies. He could not even be bothered to look at Su Zimo's group. Given the current situation, everything would be resolved before he was even required to make a move. They knew most of the paragons of the various super sections. In their opponent's group, apart from Little Fatty and Shi Jian who were from super sects, the remaining 2 looked extremely foreign. They were either itinerant cultivators or disciples of minor sects who were just here to join the crowd and broaden their knowledge. Before he left the tomb, Lin Xuanji already wore his mask. As such, it was only natural that Situ Shi and the others could not recognize him. Little Fatty harumphed before pointing to Lin Xuanji. This is... Lin Xuanji waved it off hurriedly and grinned brightly. There's no need to introduce me, I'm just a nobody who will be leaving soon. You guys can carry on fighting, it's none of my business. Ha ha ha. The cultivators present burst into laughter. Leng Ming held back his amusement and pointed to the green-robed cultivator beside Lin Xuanji with disdain in his eyes. Who is that? Hurry and introduce him so that we can learn more too, junior brother. Just as Little Fatty was about to speak, the green-robed cultivator said with indifference, my name is Su Zimo. Suddenly, the laughter in the crowd went silent. It was as though all the cultivators present were choked by the throat. Chapter 700, Tension. Chapter 700, Tension. After a momentary silence, the crowd broke into an uproar. Cultivators who were watching from nearby exclaimed as well. Pust! It's him. Su Zimo? The monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island? I heard that he triggered a beast stampede previously and decimated an ancient city of Glass Palace in the ancient battlefield. Glass Palace was annihilated and only a few cultivators managed to escape. Ah. My name is Su Zimo. He said it casually. There was no overbearingness or arrogance in his tone. However, it shocked everyone present. The name Su Zimo alone had the greatest impact. At the very least, in the intermediate ancient battlefield, that name was scarier than any super sect. The expressions of Corpse Refinement Cult Situ Shi and Chaos Essence Sects Nia Hao changed slightly upon hearing that name as well. Their pupils constricted and they had grim looks on their faces. Leng Ming frowned deeply with a cold gaze too. If Su Zimo was a nobody, everyone else would be trash. Even Su Cheng of Zephyr Thunder Palace who was gazing into the skies indifferently previously looked down, glaring at Su Zimo with a narrowed gaze as his eyes flashed with electric currents. Su Zimo? Double phenomenon? A curious look filled Su Cheng's eyes. Initially, Little Fatty's group of 9 looked weak surrounded by thousands of cultivators, as though they could be drowned to death at any moment. However, after Su Zimo spoke, the aura around them rose to a point where they could contend against the thousands of cultivators and the 3 super sects without being disadvantaged. In the ancient battlefield, Su Zimo's infamy was second only to Dean. Senior brother, you sure are arrogant. This is the nobody that you were referring to. When he saw the tides shift, little fatty relaxed and said with a grin. Leng Ming had a grim expression as he ignored little fatty and turned to Su Zimo. He greeted with cupped fists before saying darkly, "Fellow Daoist Su, I've heard of your reputation a long time ago. Indeed, your reputation precedes you now that we're meeting in real life." Su Zimo had an indifferent expression and could not be bothered. Although killing intent surged within Leng Ming, he chuckled in a fake manner before saying, "Fellow Daoist Su, this is a fight between disciples of Tomb Sect. As long as you're willing to stand by the sidelines and not interfere, I will definitely compensate you for it." "Oh?" Su Zimo raised his brow. "I want the Yellow Springs diagram. Are you going to give it to me?" "Ha ha ha." This time round, little fatty's group was the one that burst into laughter. Leng Ming took a deep breath to repress the rage in his heart as he controlled himself with another fake chuckle. "You must be joking, fellow Daoist. The Yellow Springs diagram is the utmost treasure of Tomb Sect, so I can't give that to you. Other than that, you can have your pick from any treasure in the tomb." "That won't do." Before Su Zimo could speak, Su Cheng stood out from the side and interrupted coldly. "The Purple Thunder manual in the tomb belongs to me." Su Zimo remained silent. "Zephyr Thunder Palace possesses part of the Thunder Emperor's legacy." Of course, Zephyr Thunder Palace was not founded by the Thunder Emperor, but his disciple. The Purple Thunder manual is the part of the cultivation technique that Zephyr Thunder Palace lacks. Lin Xuanji used a secret technique to transmit his voice into Su Zimo's mind. Su Zimo nodded. Su Cheng looked at Su Zimo's group before making a sudden remark, "Whoever has their hands on the cultivation technique, as long as you hand it over, I can back out of this fight." "Brother Su, you..." Leng Ming's expression changed, but he was interrupted by Su Cheng's hand just as he was about to speak. Su Cheng said indifferently, "I only want the Purple Thunder manual. I'm not interested in anything else." No matter how scheming Leng Ming was, he could not conceal his emotions at the moment. Little fatty sneered, "So, that's how deep your connections are, senior brother. Indeed, I've learned something today. Impressive, impressive. Is nobody going to hand over the Purple Thunder manual?" When no one replied after a moment, Su Cheng's eyes crackled with electric currents and his killing intent surged. He said coldly, "If no one hands it over, I'll have to assume that someone is trying to keep a lost cultivation technique of Zephyr Thunder Palace for themselves insolently. The Purple Thunder manual is with me. If you want to get it." Su Zimo said nonchalantly, "Come then." Although those were two simple words, it caused the blood of the cultivators watching nearby to surge with excitement. They're going at it. If these two paragons fight, there will definitely be an earth-shaking battle. Could this be the prelude to the fight for the phenomenon ranking? Leng Ming was delighted at the sight of that. Things had truly worked out for him. If someone gave in and handed the Purple Thunder manual over, nobody could determine the victor of the current situation. But now, Su Cheng had no choice but to stand by his side. Now that it was known to everyone that the Purple Thunder manual was in Su Zimo's hands, Su Cheng had no reason to back off and could only fight. Well, well, well. Su Cheng nodded repeatedly and glared at Su Zimo with a raring battle intent. His aura rose continuously as he said slowly, "I was intending on sparing you for now and only fight after we arrived at Myriad Phenomenon City. But since you have a death wish, you can't blame me for this." The tension was high and they were on the cusp of a massive battle just because of a single disagreement. "Oh my!" A playful voice sounded from the crowd. "Since it's so happening here, let me join in the fun." When the voice sounded, cultivators of Corpse Refinement Cult, Chaos Essence Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace retreated hurriedly to create a path. It was as though they had seen the plague. A group of cultivators walked over briskly. The cultivators wore dark blue robes and their leader had his hands behind his back. He had a nonchalant attitude and walked over, licking his grisly red tongue. It was one of the 5 heretical doctrines, Poison Sect. In Poison Sect, every single cultivator carried a myriad of toxic poisons in their bodies, and anyone that came into contact with any single poison could lose their lives. The 7 lethals of Poison Sect was even more notorious. It did not matter what one's cultivation realm was, they would most likely die upon contact with the 7 lethals. Although there were only slightly more than 100 Poison Sect cultivators, it was enough to send chaos through the Corpse Refinement Cult, Chaos Essence Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace cultivators, causing the latter to retreat. Su Cheng looked at the young man leading the pack and frowned slightly. Du Ren, whose side are you on? Lin Xuanji seemed to have recalled something and whispered to Su Zimo with a gloating expression, I guess that they're here to take revenge on you. Su Zimo was not surprised. 20 years ago in the elementary ancient battlefield, Xiaofan was poisoned and nearly lost her life. In his wrath, Su Zimo annihilated the Poison Sect faction in the ancient battlefield. Du Ren rubbed his chin and asked, despite the obvious situation, fellow Daoist Leng Ming, I heard that you guys are in trouble? Indeed, Leng Ming was not bothered to guess Du Ren's intentions. Du Ren laughed. I can help you out, but I want a share of the treasures in the tomb. All right. Leng Ming was delighted and replied hurriedly, that's for sure. As long as you're on my side, you'll definitely have a share of the treasures in the tomb. Du Ren turned to Su Zimo slowly and jeered with a venomous glare, Su Zimo, do you remember a Poison Sect cultivator named Du Kai whom you killed in the ancient battlefield 20 years ago? I'm his older brother and today, I'm here to claim your life. Du Ren's smile was unsettling, resembling a malevolent ghost from hell. Su Zimo had a calm expression as he withdrew Blood Quencher from his storage bag before nodding. You came at the right time. I'll kill you guys together. The Immortal Divine Monarch. Chapter 701, Great Battle. Chapter 701, Great Battle. In my opinion, Su Zimo's group is most probably doomed. That's right, even without Poison Sect, it was the 9 of them against a few thousand people. That's an overwhelming suppression in strength. With the inclusion of Poison Sect now, they've got no chance at all. That's not for sure. Another cultivator remarked, Glass Palace had dozens of thousands of cultivators in the ancient city, but they were still destroyed nevertheless. It's different now. I heard that Su Zimo had the help of the Beast Stampede previously. Furthermore, Su Cheng of Zephyr Thunder Palace alone is enough to hold down Su Zimo while the rest of them are of no threat at all. The cultivators watching from far away started discussing in hushed voices. With the inclusion of Poison Sect, Leng Ming was certain that he had already won this fight. Corpse Refinement Cult Situ Shi could go against Puppet Sects Shi Jian. Chaos Essence Sects Nia Hao could easily take down the grey-robed cultivator with the Iron Ruler who claimed that he was a nobody. As for the most troublesome person on the other party, Su Zimo, Zephyr Thunder Palace's Su Cheng and Poison Sect's Du Ren were enough to take him down. Finally, there's his junior brother. Leng Ming smirked. Little Fatty was indeed more talented than him in terms of sense of direction. However, he was firmly above Little Fatty in terms of strength. As for the remaining few beasts, they would be drowned by saliva if the several thousand golden cores around them spat once per person. The Yellow Springs diagram was already his. Roar. Groar. When Su Zimo withdrew Blood Quencher, Monkey, the Spirit Tiger, Ching Ching and the Golden Lion reverted to their true forms, revealing menacing glares and torrential ferocity. The surrounding cultivators were shocked and brought out their flying swords and weapons as though they were faced with a grave enemy. They felt an unprecedented pressure from the few demon beasts. It was a pressure that they had not experienced even against pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Little Fox hopped out of Su Zimo's embrace and spun on the ground. A fragrance wafted out as a young lady with peerless features appeared. Her beautiful eyes shimmered brightly as though they could steal one's soul. Some of the cultivators had barely just withdrawn their weapons when everything fell to the ground with a clang. Of the several thousand cultivators present, most of them were dazed momentarily. Su Cheng, Nye Hao, and a dozen others were the only ones who could maintain their composure with frozen expressions. Although Little Fox seemed like she was the weakest among the 7 sworn siblings, in reality, her capabilities were the most frightening and beguiling. "Demoness, how dare you behave so brazenly before me?" Su Cheng hollered. His voice was robust and strong, bursting in the ears of many cultivators like thunder and snapping them out of their stupor. This was a sound-killing move from Zephyr Thunder Palace, Green Thunder Shock. Previously, Su Zimo saw an incomplete sound-killing move in the Void Thunder manual and used it as a basis to create his own killing move, Thunderclap Kill. The complete version of the killing move was Green Thunder Shock that Su Cheng had just released. Monkey and the others were strong physically and had frightening bloodlines. As such, they could withstand Green Thunder Shock more easily and merely frowned. However, Little Fox shuddered and her face turned somewhat pale. "How irritating." Su Zimo sneered and Blood Quencher quivered in his hands with a metallic buzz. Spirit light shone brightly and a blood beam burst. The saber let out a shuddering blood stench. Boom! Su Zimo leaped and the mud beneath his feet was overturned. Wielding Blood Quencher, he was already charging toward Su Cheng. Good timing. Su Cheng was fearless and swiped his storage bag, causing a saber to appear in his palm as well. The saber was 9 feet long and 5 inches wide, comparable to a spear or halberd in length. Its blade was veiled by a green layer of electric currents that sizzled unnervingly. "I heard that your Blood Quencher is a connate spirit weapon." Su Cheng said coldly, "Today, we'll see just how sharp your Blood Quencher is against my Green Thunder Saber." Before his sentence was completed, the Green Thunder Saber shone brightly with 6 spirit lights. A connate spirit weapon. Within the Great Zhou dynasty, there wasn't even a single connate spirit weapon. However, all of these legacy disciples of Super Sects would definitely have connate spirit weapons with them. Suddenly, Du Ren's voice sounded erratically. "Su Cheng, this man's body is incomparably strong and he is terrifying, almost invincible in melee combat. You've got to be careful." Du Ren shifted nimbly like a maggot behind Su Zimo. He did not attack and was merely awaiting an opportunity patiently. Someone like that was even scarier. It was like a venomous viper that was hidden, a single bite could take one's life away. On the other side, Situ Shi glared at Shi Jian coldly. With a gentle wave of his hand, the 30 feet tall giant behind him charged forward. Roar! The giant roared into the skies and the skin that draped its body tore into pieces, revealing an iron frame that reeked of a nauseating stench. The battle corpse was bronze in color from head to toe. However, there was a layer of thin white fur that grew on it. At the sight of that, Shi Jian's pupils constricted and his expression turned grim. The battle corpse was already starting to evolve into a silver corpse. Silver corpses were terrifying things that could fight against nascent souls. Shi Jian slapped his storage bag and withdrew the 5 puppets that he cultivated. He condensed chi into threads to control the puppets and surround Situ Shi's battle corpse. Compared to Situ Shi's battle corpse, Shi Jian's puppets were extremely short. However, the puppets contained the power of the 5 elements and formed a formation with their movements, counteracting against one another and restricting the battle corpse to the spot. The 2 successors of Corpse Refinement Cult and Puppet Sect had now met earlier than expected in the ancient battlefield. It was difficult to tell who would stand victorious in this fight. The great battle had broken out completely. In a flash, Lin Xuanji fled into the distance like smoke, trying to seize the chaos to escape. Unexpectedly, a silver-white beam of light shot down with an extremely sharp and chilling aura that almost sliced the voids into 2. Lin Xuanji stopped in his tracks hurriedly. Boom! A gigantic ravine tore the ground asunder the moment the silver-white light descended. If Lin Xuanji had taken a half-step more, he would have been decimated by the silver-white light. Fuck. Lin Xuanji turned back and glared in a huff. Not far away, Niahao of Chaos Essence Sect had a mocking expression and held a horsetail whip in his hand. Its silver-white tail had just been retracted and was still swaying. "You're thinking of escaping from my watch?" Niahao sneered. Although Lin Xuanji cursed internally, he squeezed out a smile on his face. "Fellow Daoist, I'm just a nobody who isn't in cahoots with them. Why are you trying to kill me?" Enigma Palace maintained the Golden Core phenomenon ranking in the ancient battlefield. As the current generation successor to Enigma Palace, it was inappropriate for him to sow grudges with other paragons. That was also the reason why he wore a mask and hid his identity. "What can you do if I want to kill you?" Ha ha ha. Niahao burst into laughter with a mocking look in his eyes. Lin Xuanji frowned. The reason why he endured things was not because he was afraid of Niahao, he was afraid of being scolded by his elder if he returned after causing trouble. "Hey, let me tell you something." Lin Xuanji's face darkened as he said with extreme seriousness. "It's truly better if you don't mess with me." Chapter 702, I'll bash you up if you mess with me. Chapter 702, I'll bash you up if you mess with me. What? Niahao could not believe what he heard and glared at Lin Xuanji as though he was looking at a dead man, snarling word by word, "I want to mess with you, what can you do? I'll bash you up if you mess with me." Lin Xuanji leaped into the air towards Niahao. "You must have a death wish." Niahao was enraged and the horsetail whip in his hands shone with a dazzling luster. 6 spirit patterns, a connate spirit weapon. Although he was undermined by Di Yin's reputation, Niahao was still in possession of a connate spirit weapon. It was obvious that his status in Chaos Essence Sect as a Golden Core was not weak, he was only beneath Di Yin. Swash! Niahao waved the horsetail whip in his hands and 3,000 silver-white threads turned into a spectacular beam of white light, slicing towards Lin Xuanji's waist like a sword. The light was blinding and traveled at an extremely fast speed, it was almost instantaneous. Lin Xuanji's expression did not change, as though he had predicted it beforehand, and he dodged downwards, avoiding Niahao's killing move by a hair's breadth. Swoosh! 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 He swung his arm in reverse and 3 supreme-grade flying swords tore through the air. The 3 flying swords split into 3 different directions and thrust towards Niahao's vital points with unusual movements. His sword maneuvering technique was already rather advanced. At the same time, Lin Xuanji made a series of complex and mysterious hand seals. Heaven Dominating Palm. Root Departure Finger. Frost Palm. Cloud Stirring Palm. Zen Chi Explosion. Trigreen Phantom Saber. Icicle Formation. After a series of confusing hand seals, Lin Xuanji burst forth with 18 spirit arts that surged towards Niahao like raging tides. Shocking. That was the only word in everyone's minds when they saw it. This. Amazing. What's the background of this man? There's spirit arts from different sects among the 18 of them. I can't tell where he's from. An uproar broke out from the crowd. In order to conceal his identity, there was naturally no way Lin Xuanji would release Enigma Palace's ultimate secret skills. However, he had vast knowledge and knew a little about everything, a simple attack from him could suffocate his opponents. Even Su Zimo could not grasp Lin Xuanji's true strength, let alone Niahao. Fuck. Niahao was scared out of his wits and cursed internally. This guy's playing cheat. How was this a nobody? He waved the horsetail whip in his hands and the 3,000 strands of hair split into 3 directions to receive the incoming flying swords. The next moment, Niahao circulated his golden core wildly and released a secret skill of his sect, Chaos Essence Palm. Huff. 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 Niahao was flustered and released Chaos Essence Palm repeatedly. A series of palm prints materialized in midair and clashed against the 18 incoming spirit arts. Bang! 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 The collisions created deafening bangs and shockwaves. Niahao stood in the air with a frightfully pale expression. He was almost sent flying. He had expended almost half the spirit energy in his dantian with the successive release of his secret skill. What a lunatic! Niahao cursed and withdrew a few elixirs from his storage bag, ready to consume them to replenish his spirit energy. Let go! All of a sudden, a voice exploded in Niahao's ears, almost scaring him out of his wits. Unknowingly, Lin Xuanji had already arrived beside him, tapping him gently on the wrist that held the elixirs with an iron ruler. Ah! Niahao shrieked tragically and his wrist swelled instantly, causing him to relinquish his grip on the elixirs. How dare you attack me? Niahao's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his teeth. He wished for nothing more than to tear Lin Xuanji apart. In reality, Lin Xuanji had already shown mercy with that attack. If he had attacked with his full force, Niahao's hand would have already been crippled. In other words, that iron ruler could have been tapped on Niahao's head rather than his wrist. As long as he pondered calmly, Niahao would definitely be able to understand. However, he could not care less at that moment. The only thought on his mind was how to kill Lin Xuanji so that he could regain his dignity. I've already told you not to mess with me, but you refuse to heed my advice. Lin Xuanji pouted his lips and murmured, "Is there something wrong with your brains? You really believed me when I said that I was a nobody? What an idiot. Have you gone stupid after receiving daily beatings from Diin? Kill." Niahao was so angry that he was trembling with smoke steaming from all orifices. The horsetail whip in his hands quivered and all 3,000 strands of hair burst into the air before scattering down like a waterfall. It resembled a jail as it tried to envelope Lin Xuanji. Foo-foo. Lin Xuanji's eyes shone with mockery. In a flash, he had already darted far away. He declared with a raised voice, "Hey, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you mess with me, I'll bash you up." Ha ha ha. Far away, a series of laughter broke out from the crowd. Niahao's face flushed red and he almost exploded from rage. Unable to contain himself any longer, he cursed, "I'll bash your mother." As he said that, Niahao dashed forward once more. On the other side, Leng Ming and Little Fatty, the legacy disciples of Tomb's sect, had collided as well. This was an inevitable battle. The victor would be this generation's true successor of Tomb's sect. "Junior brother, admit defeat." Leng Ming shook his head. "You've joined the sect for 20 years and have fought me for 20 times. When have you ever defeated me? It's enough as long as I defeat you this time round." Little Fatty said darkly. Leng Ming's gaze turned cold as he remarked frostily, "Junior brother, if you hand over the Yellow Springs diagram, I can consider sparing your life. If you insist on your folly, don't blame me for being ruthless. You're the one insisting on your folly, not me." Little Fatty withdrew a flying sword from his storage bag. "There's no need to speak further, let's fight." "All right." Little Fatty bellowed and summoned his flying sword as well, fighting to the side with Little Fatty. Before the remaining thousands of cultivators could attack, Monkey, the spirit tiger, the golden lion and Ching Ching had already rushed into the crowd and brought forth a massacre. Their opponents had the advantage in numbers. If they waited, a single flying sword from each opponent would be enough to injure Monkey's group. Right now, they split into 4 groups and charged into the crowd, slaughtering wildly and causing chaos. The cultivators could only fight for themselves. Little Fox stood motionlessly on the spot and released her bewitching techniques from the fox race. She opened her mouth slightly and sent forth a fragrance that charmed dozens of cultivators before long, causing them to fight their comrades. Clang! A jarring sound of metal clashing rang, causing the ears of cultivators nearby to ring in pain as they winced. It was Su Zimo clashing against Su Cheng. The collision of Blood Quencher and the Green Thunder Saber. Sizzle! The Blood Beam and Lightning, two entirely different powers, interweaved in midair and devoured one another. The stalemate lasted for a single breath. Su Cheng shuddered and his expression changed as he fell to the side. Zephyr Thunder Palace specialized in thunder techniques, and there were many body tempering methods in the Legacy of Void Thunder manual as well. Although they could not compare to top-tier body tempering sects such as Glass Palace and Overlord Palace, their melee combat strength was not to be underestimated as well. However, Su Cheng had not expected that he couldn't withstand a single slash from Su Zimo. He could not defend even though Su Zimo did not use his full strength. The power of thunder imbued on the Green Thunder Saber surged into Su Zimo's body as though it was treading through a swamp and did not even cause a single ripple. However, the power of bloodline from Blood Quencher surged into Su Cheng's and caused his blood chi to turn chaotic. He was nearly ruptured on the spot from the reverse flow of his blood. Chapter 703, Immovable Foundation Seal. Chapter 703, Immovable Foundation Seal. Su Cheng retreated backwards as his eyes flashed with a grim expression. Although it was merely a single exchange of blows, his arms had already gone numb and his blood chi was fluctuating wildly. However, Su Zimo wielded Blood Quencher and charged over as though he was completely unaffected. I can't fight him head-on anymore. Su Cheng made up his mind decisively and gripped his Green Thunder Saber with one hand. His other hand conjured a hand seal before eventually releasing a spirit art that burst forth immediately. Zephyr Thunder Break! Su Cheng hollered. A wild wind gusted and fluttered toward Su Zimo. Sand was already flying everywhere before it arrived. In the wild wind, there was even a sizzling green lightning that looked extremely horrifying. Su Cheng also released the sound secret killing move of Zephyr Thunder Palace through his voice. His voice materialized into sound waves that surged toward Su Zimo, causing the entire void to quake. The combination of his spirit art and sound secret killing move arrived at the same time. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he put away Blood Quencher and clasped his palms together. His fingers interlocked into a grip, leaving only his forefingers upright as their fingertips touched. When he released that dermic seal, Su Zimo's aura changed entirely. A divine light covered his body. Lowering his head, Su Zimo ignored the wild gust coiled with lightning. In fact, he looked extremely dignified as he opened his mouth slightly without even looking at Su Cheng, Pa. The entire world went silent with that Sanskrit exclamation. There were 6 different Daming dermic seals. This was the only defensive dermic seal among them, the Immovable Foundation Seal. Daming Mantra. It was released together with the Daming dermic seal. This was a secret technique in the Daming True Sutra. However, this secret skill had been buried in the sands of time, lost with Daming True Sutra after the destruction of Daming Monastery. Nobody expected that secret skill to resurface in the ancient battlefield. Lin Xuanji was initially glaring at Nie Hao while bashing the latter up. When he heard that Sanskrit exclamation, he was surprised and turned towards the voice. That is. As though he recalled something, Lin Xuanji's expression changed as he exclaimed, the Immovable Foundation Seal from Daming Monastery. Nie Hao was bruised from head to toe and had a swollen face. Flustered, he finally managed to catch a breath with Lin Xuanji's pause. However, when he heard the words Daming Monastery and Immovable Foundation Seal, his eyes were filled with disbelief. 10,000 years ago, Daming Monastery was destroyed. Although none of the legacy disciples from super sects had witnessed the true Daming dermic seal, all of them had heard of the famous Daming Monastery. Throughout all these years, countless cultivators have risked danger to head to the Great Qian ruins in hopes of locating the secret skills of Daming and Fahua monasteries. The Sanskrit rang throughout the world. Almost instantly, Su Cheng's sound-killing move dissipated. Against the divine light from the immovable foundation seal, the raging winds and shining lightning around Su Zimo dispersed as well. Su Cheng's eyes shone coldly. He had not expected his attack to be swept away by Su Zimo with such ease. All of a sudden, Du Ren appeared behind Su Zimo, throwing out a bunch of blue poison needles that were as thin as a cow's hair and arrived instantly. From his swaying robes, he tossed out another handful of green powder. Shoo! 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 Immediately after, iron needles that were an inch long appeared from Du Ren's fingertips. He circulated a unique force before shooting them toward Su Zimo. Su Zimo's immovable foundation seal had just dissipated after colliding against Su Cheng's Zephyr Thunder Break, and his defense was now at its weakest. After biding his time, Du Ren finally spotted a great opportunity. He released Poison Sect's most frightening killing move the moment he attacked. Poison Sect specialized in poison. In the sect, the 7 most frightening killing moves were known as the 7 lethals. The blue poison needles earlier on were one of the 7 lethals, the heart-seeking spike. Thin as a cow's hair, they were hard to spot with one's naked eyes. The moment they made contact with a person, they could enter the veins through the pores on one's body, dooming the person instantly. The purplish-green powder was another one of the 7 lethals, the purple corpse corrosion poison. This was the poison that Xiaoning was struck by previously. It was thanks to Night Spirit's blood as well as her mysterious elixir furnace that she did not turn into a pus of blood. The final 5 iron nails were even scarier and were also one of the 7 lethals, armor-bursting bone corrosion nails. Those iron nails possessed a frightening corrosive poison that could penetrate armor and robes. They were extremely difficult to defend against. Any cultivator that was struck by the armor-bursting bone corrosion nail would have their bones turned into powder within 10 breaths. 3 of the 7 lethals were flying toward Su Zimo at the same time. You truly have a death wish. Su Zimo's gaze turned cold as he circulated his golden core. His spirit energy gushed and he released the ancient dragonification art right away. A divine dragon dozens of feet tall appeared in the air with magnificent horns on its head. It coiled a few rounds around him upwards before hovering in midair. The divine dragon was lined with scales that shone with a cold gleam. With spikes on its back, it bared its fangs and claws menacingly towards Du Ren, who was not far away. A slight collision against the spiraling divine dragon caused all the heart-seeking spikes, purple corpse corrosion poison and armor-bursting bone corrosion nails to disperse immediately. When the armor-bursting bone corrosion nails struck the divine dragon, sparks merely flew before they scattered to the ground. The dragons once ruled over the 10,000 races and had the noblest bloodline that was the most terrifying and was immune to poison. For the dragons, the 7 lethals of Poison Sect was nothing but puny tricks. Alongside the birth of the divine dragon, a shuddering aura that was extremely frightening descended. Ah! A series of exclamations came from the crowd. What is this? Could that really be a true dragon? Goodness, that man is guarded by a true dragon? Just who is he? Could he be an immortal reincarnated from the upper world? Even cultivators who were watching from afar had shock on their faces as they sensed the repressive pressure, let alone the cultivators directly in the battlefield. Du Ren felt his limbs go cold after the divine dragon targeted him. His scalp prickled and his back was already drenched in sweat. Go! Su Zimo pointed forward. The divine dragon that spiraled around him soared into the skies with a divine light and horrifying aura, lunging towards Du Ren with a nefarious howl of wind. Ah! Du Ren was scared out of his wits. Senior brother, watch out! Many Poison Sect cultivators attacked one after another, aiming the divine dragon in midair with poisoned weapons. The divine dragon swayed its tail. The massive sweep of the dragon's tail ruptured the bodies of dozens of poison sect cultivators. They turned into blood mists and a trail of blood appeared in midair. More than half of the poison sect cultivators were dead. Realizing that he could not escape in time, Duren released his golden core phenomenon right away. "I'll send you down to meet your brother in hell," Su Zimo hollered. The divine dragon understood his intentions and extended its head, chomping down on Duren while neglecting the latter's golden core phenomenon. Snap! Duren's golden core phenomenon dissipated instantly. With a few bites, the divine dragon minced Duren and swallowed the latter. Blood oozed from the side of its mouth. Duren died on the spot. Poison sect cultivators were not proficient in head-on combat, even if they were legacy disciples. Duren's golden core phenomenon could not even be ranked on the phenomenon ranking. The ancient dragonification art was a secret skill of the human emperor and could go against most of the phenomenons. Chapter 704, Chaos Essence Hole. Chapter 704, Chaos Essence Hole. The crowd was shocked. Poison Sect had more than 100 cultivators. Nobody expected more than half of them to be wiped out by the divine dragon Su Zimo summoned before they could release their true strength. Even the Paragon of Poison Sect, Duren, died without a corpse remaining. The Poison Sect cultivators who managed to survive fled in all directions and did not dare to linger on the battlefield. Immortal. He's definitely the reincarnation of an immortal. How can ordinary cultivators be protected by a true dragon? Some of the Poison Sect cultivators were scared out of their wits and began mumbling incoherently. Fear was an infectious emotion. Against the repressive pressure of the dragon, it was already difficult for most cultivators to maintain their composures. When they witnessed the tragic state of the Poison Sect cultivators, even cultivators of the three super sects, Zephyr Thunder Palace, Chaos Essence Sect and Corpse Refinement Cult, went into chaos. Monkey, the Spirit Tiger, Ching Ching and the Golden Lion seized the opportunity to launch a series of powerful attacks. Little Fox made use of the cultivators' shock to penetrate their mental defenses, controlling even more cultivators to fight against their fellow comrades. Although the three super sects had the advantage in numbers, they suffered immense losses and could not handle the situation at the moment. "What are you guys getting flustered for?" Su Ching astutely sensed that something was amiss with the situation and yelled. He pointed at the divine dragon spiraling in midair before shouting, "Open your eyes. That's a fake dragon that's created by this man using spirit energy." There was no wonder why Su Cheng was a paragon of Zephyr Thunder Palace. Although he did not know the origin of the ancient dragonification art, he could maintain his composure and deduce that the divine dragonu as a product of Su Zimo's spirit energy. Su Zimo sneered and said indifferently, "It's rude to not return favors. Have a taste of my sound-killing move too." Su Cheng's expression changed slightly and he felt fear. Su Zimo took a deep breath and his cheek puffed up like an airbag at a visible speed. It was swelling rapidly. The most beguiling thing was that the divine dragon spiraling in midair was taking a deep breath as well. Its body expanded as it puffed up its chest with surging air currents, forming a series of cyclones in midair. The man and the dragon seemed to be moving at the same time. There was a slight pause. Both of them opened their mouths at the same time. Roar! A roar that could tear through the clouds and metal was released. Su Zimo was also letting off a dragon roar. Instantly, the world changed and dust billowed. The sounds of killing, screams, spirit arts and weapons colliding seemed to have vanished from the battlefield. It was as though the dragon roar was the sound remaining in the world as it reverberated relentlessly. Some of the cultivators from the three super sects that were closest to Su Zimo bled from all orifices with lost gazes. Unable to withstand it, their brains were quaked into sludge on the spot. Figures fell from midair one after another. For Su Cheng, who was facing Su Zimo directly, the blow he received was even more frightening. Most of the dragon roar's power was focused on him. Ugh! Su Cheng grunted dully and staggered in retreat. Every single step created a deep footprint on the ground that flickered with electric currents. It took Su Cheng more than 10 steps before he could stop, and his face was extremely pale by then. Su Cheng's blood qi moved as he gulped, causing a trickle of blood to ooze from the corner of his lips. That dragon roar had already penetrated his flesh and injured his organs. Cultivators of the 3 super sects received an immense blow from the dragon roar, while Monkey and the others fought even fiercer. The tides were slowly turning. Su Cheng wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and swallowed a bunch of elixirs. He circulated his golden core slowly, and a scary aura began to emanate from his body as his eyes flashed with lightning. The only way they could turn the tides right now was if they killed their opponents as soon as possible. If things were to drag and the few demon beasts managed to break free, all of them would be doomed. I'll admit that you are strong indeed. Su Cheng said slowly, however, you must be dreaming if you think that you can win me. Today, I'll let you have a taste of Zephyr Thunder Palace's golden core phenomenon so that you can give up completely. Snap! A thunderbolt that was as thick as a water bucket struck the divine dragon on the head. The power of phenomenon was released instantly. Crack! 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 A series of cracks appeared on the divine dragon's body. At the end of the day, the ancient dragonification art was merely a spirit art and could not defend against a top-tier golden core phenomenon. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. There was a chance that Su Cheng's golden core phenomenon was scarier than he had imagined it to be. Lin Xuanji reminded him that Su Cheng managed to cultivate the strongest phenomenon in Zephyr Thunder Palace's legacy, the Apocalyptic 5 Thunders. If this was the power of Su Cheng after releasing a single divine thunderbolt, things would definitely get sticky if he released all 5 thunderbolts. On another side of the battlefield at the moment, things were even worse for Nie Hao of Chaos Essence Sect. He was completely suppressed by Lin Xuanji without the chance to retaliate at all. Lin Xuanji had a lot of techniques, and it seemed as though there was nothing he didn't know. Up till this point of the battle, Lin Xuanji had not repeated a single spirit art twice. At the same time, he even released some of Chaos Essence Sect's spirit arts. Hey, it's about time. You'll have a shot at survival if you hurry and escape now. Lin Xuanji reminded out of goodwill, a while later and you won't even be able to escape. Lin Xuanji had more than 10 chances of taking Nie Hao's life by now, but he did not do it. His words were truly earnest advice. However, Nie Hao was bruised from head to toe and only felt embarrassment after the beating in front of the crowd. Adrenaline surged through him and he could no longer be bothered as he released his golden core phenomenon with a roar. Most golden cores could not release their phenomenons casually in a battle. Golden core phenomenons were the strongest methods available for golden cores. The release of a phenomenon meant that there was no going back between the two parties. They would have to fight to the death. Lin Xuanji frowned and cursed, "What a lunatic. You don't know what's good for you. Since you refuse to leave, I'll leave." Lin Xuanji was unwilling to get entangled further and turned to leave. "Where are you headed to?" Nie Hao's features were contorted and his expression was menacing. Killing intent filled his eyes as he charged towards Lin Xuanji while roaring, "Chaos Essence Hole." Spirit energies visible to the naked eye spiraled and collided in streams before caving eventually. A black hole surfaced behind Nie Hao that gusted with an evil wind. Initially, the hole was cramped and small. However, it enlarged as Nie Hao circulated his golden core wildly, looking like the bloody mouth of a wild beast that wanted to devour everything. Chaos Essence Hole, the legacy phenomenon of Chaos Essence Sect that was ranked 28 on the phenomenon ranking. Essence Chi was indeterminate and one with chaos. Some of the distracted cultivators found the weapons in their hands sucked in by the Chaos Essence Hole. Crack! 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 A supreme grade was swallowed by the chaos essence hole immediately and disintegrated into dust. The black hole moved towards Lin Xuanji with a powerful suction force. Although Lin Xuanji gave in the entire time, Nie Hao kept pushing his luck. Instantly, Lin Xuanji's expression darkened and his eyes flashed with coldness. He was truly angered. Chapter 705, Great Expanding Mist. Chapter 705, Great Expanding Mist. Hurry, look. They're using golden core phenomenons now. An ancient phenomenon ranked 28 on the previous phenomenon ranking, Chaos Essence Hole sure is frightening. Although that grey-robed cultivator knows many things, all his spirit arts cannot do anything against the Chaos Essence Hole and will disintegrate into nothing. The cultivators watching from afar discussed excitedly. They felt spectacular able to witness the fight of ancient phenomenons earlier here. You're truly pushing your luck. Lin Xuanji no longer gave in and glared coldly at the incoming Nie Hao. His golden core circulated slowly and an extremely terrifying aura rose in him. Suddenly, a hazy mist appeared around Lin Xuanji. The mist carried an ancient aura, as though they had returned to the beginning of the century, an age where chaos had yet to form. The hazy mist rumbled as though it possessed the most enigmatic energy in the universe, even Chaos Essence Hole could not envelope it. Nie Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the mist. Goodness, that grey-robed cultivator released his golden core phenomenon as well. What phenomenon is that? It seems like it can go against Chaos Essence Hole. It looks like. As he listened to the discussions in the surrounding, Nie Hao's eyes flashed as though he recalled something. His expression changed starkly and he exclaimed, "Ancient phenomenon, great expanding mist." The crowd's expression changed at the mention of those words. Not far away, Su Cheng, who was fighting against Su Zimo, frowned and looked over as well. The great expanding mist was created by the ancient expert, Fairy Ling Long, and could only be released by the successor of Enigma Palace. Initially, everyone thought that the grey-robed cultivator was merely an itinerant cultivator with a mysterious background. But now, his identity was fully revealed. Fellow Taoist of Enigma Palace? Leng Ming had a vague feeling that something was amiss. The situation had gone completely out of control. Nie Hao calmed down gradually with a tinge of regret at the sight of the great expanding mist. Initially, his opponent had no intention of intervening. However, he was the one that pushed his luck and fought that man to the death, leading to the current irreconcilable situation. Leng Ming shifted his eyes and declared, "Why did Enigma Palace interfere in a fight between disciples of Tomb Sect?" The moment he released the great expanding mist, Lin Xuanji had no intention of hiding his identity. "I had no intention of interfering." Lin Xuanji removed his mask and put away the iron ruler. He pulled out his folding fan from his embrace and sneered, "However, someone refused to let me go." Leng Ming and the others glared at Nie Hao and cursed him to the core in their minds. "I had not thought things through for this. It was my mistake for pushing my luck when I did not know your identity, fellow Taoist." Nie Hao took a deep breath and said, "Fellow Taoist, feel free to leave. I'll definitely not stand in your way." "Foo-foo." Lin Xuanji sneered and shook his head. "It's too late for you to bow down now." He pointed to Nie Hao with a stern expression and said word by word, "I warned you a few times not to mess with me. But now, you've truly riled me up." Boom! Lin Xuanji took a stride forward and the great expanding mist churned into a gigantic chessboard in front of him that seemed like it could engulf the entire world. Nie Hao had a conflicted expression. No matter what, he was a paragon of Chaos Essence Sect and possessed the pride of one. Fine, let's see just how strong the great expanding mist of Enigma Palace is. Nie Hao hollered and controlled his Chaos Essence Hole, using it to devour the chessboard that was formed in front of Lin Xuanji. From the ancient era till now, although Fairy Ling Long was the one who set up the Golden Core phenomenon ranking, no successor of Enigma Palace took part in the fight for the ranking spots. Most cultivators merely knew that this ancient phenomenon had a powerful background and extraordinary might. However, nobody knew just how strong it was or what position it could take on the phenomenon ranking. Right now, despite knowing Lin Xuanji's identity, the fact that Nie Hao was willing to fight bravely was proof that he was confident Chaos Essence Whole could devour the Great Expanding Mist. Humph! A look of ridicule flashed through Lin Xuanji's eyes as he sent the giant chessboard created by the Great Expanding Mist into the Chaos Essence Hole without dodging or evading. The darkness of the hole tried to engulf the chessboard repeatedly. However, the chessboard spiraled and released streams of mysterious energy that tore the Chaos Essence Hole up instead. Nie Hao's mind was connected to the Chaos Essence Hole and his expression changed as he sensed the changes in it. Break it! Lin Xuanji pointed forward and a streak of spirit light surged into the Chaos Essence Hole. The chessboard expanded swiftly. Crack! 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 Under countless gazes, a series of tears appeared on the Chaos Essence Hole. Ah! There's an outcome to the fight between the two ancient phenomenons. To think that the Great Expanding Mist would be this scary. Before their discussions were finished, a resounding bang reverberated through the world. Boom! The Chaos Essence Hole exploded. Nie Hao shuddered and spat out a huge mouthful of blood, looking despaired instantly. The chessboard created by the Great Expanding Mist merely dimmed significantly after destroying the Chaos Essence Hole. However, it did not dissipate and continued spiraling above Nie Hao's head. A single thought from Lin Xuanji was enough to kill Nie Hao at the moment. Kill! At that moment, another battle elsewhere had reached its peak. Situ controlled his 30-foot-tall battle corpse to fight against the formation created by the 5 puppets repeatedly. The battle corpse was extremely strong and every single punch and kick possessed frightening power. Shi Jian's 5 elements puppets could not hold on for much longer. Even so, there was no trace of panic in Shi Jian's eyes. He pursed his lips tightly and spirit chi threads coiled around his fingertips as he controlled the 5 elements puppets. Among them, the fire puppet blazing with flames and the water puppet attacked the battle corpse relentlessly, releasing different powers into the body of the battle corpse. At this point of refinement, the battle corpse was almost invulnerable towards fire and water. Plain fire or water could not damage the battle corpse. However, water and fire were irreconcilable. When the 2 different powers were used at the same time on the battle corpse, a violent clash would happen. Being irreconcilable, the different powers of water and fire would use the body of the battle corpse as a battlefield. Against the incomparably strong and resilient battle corpse, the clash had no impact on it initially. However, as time passed and the powers of water and fire were injected continuously, the clash stacked endlessly and finally, something changed. The movements of the battle corpse turned increasingly sluggish. Its skin and flesh showed signs of degradation and even its bones that were comparable to spirit weapons turned extremely fragile amidst the fire and water. It was already too late by the time Situ noticed it. Go! Shi Jian pointed forward and his earth, wood and metal puppets flashed, splitting into 3 directions before charging towards Situ who was not far away. The 30-foot-tall battle corpse was already rooted to the spot by the fire and water puppets and could not get close to Shi Jian. On one end, it was battle corpses. On the other end, it was puppets. Even if the battle corpse fought against the puppets for 3 days and nights, it would be hard to determine the victor. But now, that balance has finally been broken. Situ could not protect himself any longer. Chapter 706, Fall of a Paragon. Chapter 706, Fall of a Paragon. Ah! Situ exclaimed with fright in his eyes. Be it cultivators of puppet sect or corpse refinement cult, they spent most of their efforts refining their puppets and battle corpses. Cultivators of Poison Sect and Tomb Sect would have similar inclinations by spending most of their efforts on external objects. That was also the reason why they were defined as heretical doctrines. There were limits to a person's strength. Less accomplished in their personal cultivations, cultivators of the 5 heretical doctrines were also naturally weaker physically compared to cultivators of other supersections. There were even less cultivators who could cultivate golden core phenomenons. For example, Duren of Poison Sect was already a rare paragon for Poison Sect. Unfortunately, he was killed by the ancient dragonification art the moment he released his golden core phenomenon. Situsher's capabilities were completely tied to his 30-foot battle corpse. Now that his battle corpse was restrained by Shijian and 3 more puppets were heading his way, Situsher instantly realized that something was amiss. Go! He slapped his storage bag and summoned a flying sword, thrusting it to the metal puppet on the left. Clang! The flying sword was repelled instantly with sparks when it struck the metal puppet. The metal puppet had the toughest and most resilient body such that even Situsher's battle corpse had difficulty destroying it. If so, how could it be injured by Situsher's flying sword? In his panic, Situsher conjured a spirit art. The earth puppet created a shield using sand and defended against the spirit art with ease. Realizing that he could not win, Situsher turned to flee. Unexpectedly, a series of green vines surged beneath his feet and bound them together. Before he knew it, the wood puppet had already arrived before him. The leaves of the vines were thin as paper and equally sharp, cutting wounds on Situsher's thighs as fresh blood flowed. Ah! Situsher shrieked tragically. The metal puppet had already arrived and used its palm as a knife, chopping down fiercely on Situsher's head. It shone coldly with a chilling killing intent. Before the knife arrived, Situsher could already feel his hair standing on end. He had no time to hesitate as he waved the long rod in his hands. Clang! The sound of metal colliding could be heard. Situsher felt a piercing pain in his ears as though they had gone deaf. Although he managed to defend against the attack, the earth puppet had already closed in. It stuck to Situsher and wrapped him up in layers of mud. In the blink of an eye, Situsher vanished, leaving behind a human-shaped mud block. Thump! A moment later, the mud block fell to the ground and shattered, revealing Situsher's body once again. There was no longer any trace of life within the body of the corpse refinement cult Paragon, and his eyes were widened with fear and indignance. They were the first group with a victor determined among the various Paragons who were fighting. What a surprise! Situsher has been famous for many years. To think that he would be killed by this unknown lad who looks like a dunce. He can multitask and control the 5 elements puppets to kill the Paragon of corpse refinement cult. This dunce of puppets sect is about to get famous. At the end of the day, the Tao of corpse refinement is evil and is inferior. The cultivators watching nearby lamented with sad expressions. Huff! Huff! Shijian half knelt on the ground and panted heavily. His clothes were already drenched with sweat and he was thoroughly exhausted. Although he did not fight Situsher with his bare hands, the continuous control of 5 puppets took a huge toll on his spirit energy and mental state. If the battle continued for another hour, it would be hard to determine the victor. Nia Hao was defeated and Situsher died a horrible death. Leng Ming realized that if he could not take down Little Fatty as soon as possible and take away the Yellow Springs diagram, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed today. Kill! Decisively, he hollered and released his golden core phenomenon. Junior brother, admit defeat. A hazy yellow river appeared behind Leng Ming. It was massive and huge, emanating a rich nether aura as corpses floated on the surface while ghosts squirmed within. Splash! Little Fatty was fearless as he released his golden core phenomenon as well. The 2 legacy disciples of Tomb Sect released their Yellow Springs phenomenon at the same time. Fufu, junior brother. So what if you're able to release the Yellow Springs phenomenon as well? Leng Ming's eyes were filled with mockery as he shook his head. Throughout all these years, when has your Yellow Springs phenomenon ever defeated mine? You're too far from me. Before Leng Ming could finish, his expression changed and he froze up. A hazy yellow river current appeared behind Little Fatty as well. It was massive with corpses and ghosts inside, but the aura released by it was much scarier than Leng Ming's. How is that possible? Leng Ming looked at everything in disbelief. Little Fatty had not cultivated his Yellow Springs phenomenon to this extent before he entered the ancient battlefield. Roar! In that hazy yellow river current, there was even a faint figure of a WYRM that created torrential waves and released a loud roar. After he received the acknowledgement of the Yellow Springs diagram, Little Fatty did not only undergo a transformation physically, his Yellow Springs phenomenon evolved as well. Furthermore, he had obtained 50% of the dragon vein in the Yellow Springs diagram. Against the shroud of Little Fatty's Yellow Springs, Leng Ming's Yellow Springs resembled a feeble stream of water. The Yellow Springs rumbled and buried the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was the true Yellow Springs phenomenon. Amidst the torrential tides, Little Fatty supported his Yellow Springs phenomenon and dragged Leng Ming into it. That's impossible. Within the Yellow Springs, Leng Ming screamed from the depths of his throat as he struggled furiously with a menacing expression. However, his Yellow Springs phenomenon was extremely weak against the true Yellow Springs and could not withstand a single blow. How could this be? How could this be? Leng Ming's body was enveloped by the power of the Yellow Springs phenomenon and his clothes disintegrated while his flesh and skin started rotting. I've got it. It must be because of the Yellow Springs diagram. Your phenomenon has been imbued by the true Yellow Springs. What are you trying to do? Do you really dare to kill me? Leng Ming glared at Little Fatty and howled. Initially, there was a hint of hesitance in Little Fatty's eyes. However, when he heard what Leng Ming said, Little Fatty took a deep breath of air and channeled his golden core with his full strength. The Yellow Springs were torrential and swallowed Leng Ming whole. Junior, brother, we're from the same sect. Please, spare my life. Leng Ming did not give up in the Yellow Springs and resisted with all his might. His voice stuttered and turned weak. Senior brother, the only thing I know is that you will definitely not let me off if the situation was reversed. Little Fatty's voice was calm as the Yellow Springs howled and drowned Leng Ming completely. Any cultivator that saw that watched with gaping mouths and shock in their eyes. The true Yellow Springs phenomenon was born. Along with the defeat of Nie Hao and death of Situ Shi and Leng Ming, the outcome of the fight was almost determined. However, the cultivators spectating still watched fixedly with excited expressions, as though they were afraid of missing something. A showdown between two peerless paragons was happening on the other side. The world changed. Chapter 707, Double Phenomenon vs. Apocalyptic 5 Thunders. Chapter 707, Double Phenomenon vs. Apocalyptic 5 Thunders. Nie Hao was defeated tragically while Situ Shi and Leng Ming died in succession. Cultivators of the 3 super sects were also mostly defeated and dead after the charge of Monkey and the others. It was almost certain that Su Cheng's side was defeated. However, at that moment, Su Cheng had no intention of retreating still and his eyes had a raring battle intent. He locked onto Su Zimo with his gaze and lightning crackled from the golden core phenomenon behind him. Everyone could retreat except him. The Purple Thunder manual was in Su Zimo's hands. As long as he retrieved it, he would have done a huge merit for the sect and would also obtain the opportunity to cultivate the Purple Thunder manual. Of course, that would naturally lead to a boost in his combat strength as well. In Zephyr Thunder Palace, a legacy cultivation technique was the Green Thunder manual and it was also at heaven grade. It was clearly recorded in the sect that individually, the Purple Thunder and Green Thunder were both low-quality heaven-grade cultivation techniques. Combined, they would become a high-quality heaven-grade cultivation technique with unimaginable power. Su Cheng believed that this was his opportunity. As long as he killed Su Zimo and retrieved the Purple Thunder Manual, he would become the #1 perfected lord upon advancing to nascent soul realm. In fact, he could dominate everyone as a Dao being at Void Reversion realm and become the new titular disciple of the sect for this generation. Su Cheng could not retreat. He was the #1 disciple of Zephyr Thunder Palace in the ancient battlefield, and he had his pride to maintain. Even if he escaped cleanly today, the two of them would definitely fight again in the Myriad Phenomenon City for the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking. At that time, he would lose in terms of aura before the battle even begins. Su Cheng believed that he could kill Su Zimo with overwhelming strength and regain the Purple Thunder Manual. In fact, he could even try to get his hands on the Yellow Springs diagram. All right. He nodded as he swept his gaze across the battlefield with a torrential aura. Without Situshur and the others, I'll take all the treasures in the tomb single-handedly. It's all thanks to you guys for killing them. You have yet to realize your situation. Just by standing in the air indifferently with his hands behind his back, Su Zimo was already able to contend against Su Cheng, who had his Golden Core Phenomenon released without being disadvantaged. Su Zimo remarked coldly, "You can barely protect yourself right now, but you're coveting the treasures of the tomb? Ha ha ha." Su Cheng reared his head in laughter. "Su Zimo, I'll admit that you are strong in melee combat. However, the strongest means available to perfected beings are Golden Core Phenomenons. The ranking list created by Fairy Ling Long is called the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking, not the melee combat strength ranking. I heard that you have a double phenomenon, so let's see just how strong they are today." "As you wish." Although Su Zimo's tone was calm, lightning flashed and electricity crackled behind him. The firmament collapsed and countless meteors fell with raging currents flooding. A gigantic divine turtle appeared in the world, rearing its head as it roared with a divine might and an imposing gaze. The primordial divine turtle had descended. Mysterious patterns shone from its shell one after another as it supported the shattered firmament. Its limbs suppressed the raging currents like heavenly piercing pillars. "Go!" Su Cheng pointed forward after sensing the tremendous pressure. Initially, there was only a single thunderbolt behind him. Instantly, two more appeared, thick as water buckets and shining brightly. Snap! Snap! All three thunderbolts struck the shell. Sizzle! Lightning flashed and created frightening arcs on the shell. Even after enduring 3 thunderbolts, the primordial divine turtle did not yield and protected Su Zimo beneath it. Ah, there's no wonder why that's a lost primordial phenomenon. It's so strong. Seems like there's nothing Su Cheng can do to Su Zimo. That's not for sure. The Golden Core phenomenon Su Cheng cultivated is the Apocalyptic 5 Thunders, but he has only just summoned 3 divine thunderbolts. However, the strength of every single divine thunderbolt multiplies. Su Cheng narrowed his gaze. He did not expect to defeat Su Zimo with 3 divine thunderbolts. However, he did not expect that 3 divine thunderbolts would not deal much of an impact to Su Zimo's primordial divine turtle as well. We're just getting started. Su Cheng said coldly as he swallowed a handful of elixirs before circulating his golden core once more. The dark clouds above his head turned thicker and darker as though they were about to fall at any moment. Sizzle. As the clouds moved, lightning flashed and another divine thunderbolt was created, striking instantly. 4 divine thunderbolts descended at the same time. Boom! The 4 divine thunderbolts resembled lightning spears as they struck the divine turtle fiercely on its back, creating a deafening explosion. Roar! The divine turtle cried tragically with a hint of pain in its eyes. Against the strike of 4 divine thunderbolts, the golden core phenomenon behind Su Zimo quaked violently and its luster dimmed. Humph! Su Zimo had a cold gaze as he circulated his golden core with a single thought. Once again, an incomparably strong and scorching aura burst forth from his body. Bang! Boom! Boom! The mountains toppled and volcanoes spewed. One after another, scorching lava sprayed across the land and incinerated all living beings, blazing through the masses. Hiss! The primordial soaring serpent flapped its wings and hissed endlessly as it glided into the air from a fissure in the ground. It took a deep breath and devoured all the lava before spewing it out once more. Shing! The scorching scarlet lava let out a strange sound when it splashed on Su Cheng's golden core phenomenon. Even the divine thunderbolts were burning as a red flare surged into the air. The descent of the two primordial divine beings, the divine turtle and soaring serpent, formed the union of fire and water. The birth of the double phenomenon caused the entire world to quake. Su Cheng's expression changed starkly. The power of the double phenomenon was much scarier than he had imagined. In the past, the soaring serpent and divine turtle phenomenons could both be ranked in the top 10 of the golden core phenomenon ranking. When the two great phenomenons were released at the same time, how frightening would their powers be? The four divine thunderbolts could not deal with it and their lightnings dissipated. The golden core phenomenon was on the verge of dispersing at any moment. Well. Su Cheng clenched his teeth and said coldly, "You should feel proud that you're able to force me to such an extent. This apocalyptic 5 thunders that I've cultivated was meant for Dean initially. But now, I'll use it to suppress you first. The 5th divine thunderbolt, gather." Su Cheng's golden core was already at its limit and there were even waves of throbbing pain. A series of thunderbolts flashed around him and he seemed as though he was possessed by the god of thunder. He pointed into the skies into the depths of the forming sea of dark clouds where a single light spot was intensifying. An even more terrifying divine thunderbolt descended. With the creation of the 5th thunderbolt, Su Cheng's golden core phenomenon was finally fully formed and evolved in quality. 5 divine thunderbolts possessed an apocalyptic might. Boom! 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 The 5 divine thunderbolts descended and struck the divine turtle and soaring serpent phenomenons repeatedly. Naturally, the two primordial divine beings were unwilling to express weakness against such provocation. They howled and stirred raging tides and blanketing flames to clash against the 5 divine thunderbolts. A blinding and resplendent aurora was created where the 3 great golden core phenomenons clashed. The surrounding spirit chi was already dried up, absorbed completely by the 3 phenomenons. The air currents surged. Cultivators nearby, the 2 of them who could not dodge in time, were drawn in by the shockwaves created by the clash of the 3 phenomenons and evaporated into blood mists instantly. Everyone witnessed a perfect spirit weapon trapped among the 3 phenomenons and cracks appeared on it one after another. Pust! The crowd fell into an uproar. The explosion was so terrifying that even a perfect spirit weapon could not withstand it. Chapter 708, Entwining of Serpent and Turtle, Descent of the Black Tortoise. Chapter 708, Entwining of Serpent and Turtle, Descent of the Black Tortoise. A series of terrifying energy fluctuations were released by the repeated clashes between the 3 phenomenons. The cultivators in the vicinity had already retreated far away a long time ago. The voids were quaking violently. Su Cheng had a deranged expression and green veins popped on his neck one after another. He had already circulated the power of his phenomenon to its limits. Even so, the 5 divine thunderbolts could not break through the soaring serpent and soaring serpent primordial phenomenons. The golden core phenomenons of both parties were in a stalemate in midair and expended energy continuously. Compared to Su Cheng, Su Zimo was much more composed. Although his double phenomenon had the slight advantage, he could not take down the 5 divine thunderbolts either. It was as Lin Xuanji had said, apart from Diin, Su Cheng was the most troublesome paragon Su Zimo had come across. The Apocalyptic 5 Thunders was also the only Golden Core phenomenon up till this point that could defend against the Divine Turtle and Soaring Serpent. In midair, the 3 phenomenons devoured and clashed against one another. It was difficult to determine who would prevail. Su Cheng's eyes shone. During this short period of time, the successor of Enigma Palace as well as the legacy disciples of Puppet Sect and Tomb Sect had consumed some elixirs and regained some strength after the breather. He would definitely be defeated if the 3 of them were to charge forward. Su Zimo, I'll consider this a draw today. Although he was indignant, Su Cheng could only swallow this as he grit his teeth. I'll definitely fight you to the death in Myriad Phenomenon City. Don't worry, I'll make you hand over the Purple Thunder Manual for sure. Su Cheng wanted to withdraw after saying that. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo continued pushing with a look of disdain in his eyes as he said indifferently, why should we wait till we get to Myriad Phenomenon City? I'll fight you to the death today. Humph. Su Cheng sneered, Su Zimo, I'll admit that you're strong. However, you must be naive if you think that you can kill me with just your double phenomenon. You're the naive one, not me. Su Zimo sneered as well, do you really think that the double phenomenon is all I've got? When he heard that, Su Cheng's expression changed as his heart skipped a beat. This man had a stronger trump card? That was impossible. Su Cheng denied that thought in his mind right away. However, his eyes widened immediately after with endless shock in them. Fuse. Su Zimo stood in the air and shouted as his hands clasped together slowly. Along with his command and motion, the 2 primordial phenomenons behind him leaned towards one another and gradually fused. The primordial divine turtle and primordial soaring serpent belonged to 2 extremities. One was fire while the other was water. One was passive while the other was active. But now, the soaring serpent wrapped around the divine turtle and coiled itself on the latter's shell with its massive body as their heads were lined one above the other. The 2 primordial divine beings seemed to have fused as one. This was not only the fusion of 2 primordial divine beings. In it, there was a mysterious truth of the universe. The entwining of turtle and serpent, the fusion of water and fire, the combination of passiveness and activeness. An even more frightening aura was released and spread into the surroundings, encompassing the world. Be it cultivators in the battlefield or watching from afar, all of them shuddered in fear and instinctively wanted to kowtow onto the ground. Even for Monkey, he felt the jitters despite his untamed nature. This was a suppression that came from the depths of the bloodline. It was a fear that originated from the memories of one's soul. The turtle and serpent vanished. There was only a single golden core phenomenon remaining. Although Su Cheng's Apocalyptic 5 Thunders was frightening, it swayed as though it could dissipate at any moment in the face of this golden core phenomenon. None of the cultivators present could recognize the origin of the phenomenon. However, Lin Xuanji's eyes were widened as he muttered softly, that is. After a moment, he gasped as though he recalled something and exclaimed, the entwining of turtle and serpent, one of the 4 great sacred beasts, the black tortoise. Legend has it that at the origin of chaos, before the world was created, there were the 4 sacred beasts, the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger and black tortoise. In reality, the dragon race of the primordial 9 races in Tianhuang mainland had its bloodline from the azure dragon. As for the phoenixes, their bloodline came from the vermilion bird bloodline. The 4 sacred beasts could be considered as the oldest and scariest existences in the universe and were considered as the progenitors of many demon beasts. Su Zimo remained dormant in the Dragon Burial Valley for 20 years, studying Zen and Buddhism. Through the wisdom of Buddhism, he resolved the conflict of his immortality and demonic cultivation, allowing water and fire to fuse together, there was no distinction between immortals or demons, and the serpent and turtle had fused. For the past 20 years, the only thing that Su Zimo did apart from strolling was studying scriptures. Although it seemed like a carefree life, he had benefited immensely. The serpent and turtle were entwined and the black tortoise had descended. Go! Su Zimo pointed forward with a calm expression. The black tortoise reared its head and moved with 4 limbs, pushing forward gently. Crack! 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 Instantly, a series of cracks appeared on Su Cheng's 5 divine thunderbolts. They dimmed significantly before dissipating into light spots into the surroundings. Su Cheng spat out a huge mouthful of blood and color drained from his face. The black tortoise was a sacred beast. Sacred beasts were existences that came before the origin of chaos and more frightening than the legendary immortals and immortal beasts of the upper world. Although it was only a phenomenon, it was not something that Su Cheng's divine thunderbolts could contend against. In the face of the black tortoise phenomenon, Su Cheng felt as though his life was as insignificant as an ant. How scary, Dean finally has an opponent. This is an unprecedented phenomenon. Even against the top-tier phenomenons throughout history, this phenomenon can make it into the top 10. No, top 5. In fact, maybe even top 3. In my opinion, the human emperor's Chaos Ocean is probably the only thing that can contend against it. Su Zimo will definitely be able to leave his name on the Golden Core phenomenon for creating such a frightening phenomenon by tracing back to the ancient experts of the past. I'm so envious. In the fight for the Golden Core phenomenon ranking, if someone managed to create an unprecedented Golden Core phenomenon through their own comprehension or opportunities and managed to get into the rankings, they can name their phenomenons. It was an immense honor and would truly embody leaving their mark in history. On the Golden Core phenomenon ranking, many of the ancient phenomenons were handwritten by top-tier experts of the past personally. Su Cheng could not be bothered with his severe internal injuries and grabbed a handful of elixirs from his storage bag, devouring them. Su Zimo, although I'm defeated, you can dream about killing me. He ignored his injuries and made a decisive decision to turn and leave while declaring, you had better not show yourself in Myriad Phenomenon City or you'll die miserably. A pair of wings made of wind and lightning appeared behind Su Cheng. In that clamor, he had already vanished from the spot and fled far away at a frightening speed. Su Cheng endured the pain in his body and snarled, this is a secret skill of our sect, the Zephyr Thunder Escape. Even ordinary nascent souls won't be able to catch up to me. In the Purple Thunder Manual, Su Zimo caught sight of a section introducing a secret escape technique called the Lightning Escape. Although it was similar to the Zephyr Thunder Escape, it was a pity that he could not cultivate it just yet. Right now, it was relatively simple for him to capture Su Cheng. First, he could release his cultivation and circulate both cores. Coupled with ethereal wings, there's a high chance he could catch up. Second, he could release Blood Escape. Right as Su Zimo was considering his options, he sensed danger. Chapter 709, Counterattack. Chapter 709, Counterattack. As Su Cheng fled into the distance, Su Zimo retracted his black tortoise phenomenon. The support of a Golden Core phenomenon requires immense expenditure of spirit energy. Now that the outcome was determined, there was no need for Su Zimo to maintain his Golden Core phenomenon everywhere he went. However, the moment he retracted his black tortoise phenomenon, he sensed an immense danger that was close by. Su Zimo did not have time to check it out. The person struck at a perfect moment when his defenses were at its weakest. It was also the moment when he was the most relaxed. There was already no one within 100 feet of his battle with Su Cheng. Su Zimo had not expected anyone to close in to him stealthily and attack without warning. The killing intent enveloped him immediately and it was chilling to the bones. If he had not cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and possessed his unpredictable spirit perception, Su Zimo would not have been able to react and would have died on the spot. This could be considered as a perfect assassination attempt. Although he did not turn to look, a figure crossed Su Zimo's mind. Someone whose attire was indeterminate and had shifting appearances, a woman at times, a child at times, an elderly person at times. The assassin of Hidden Death Sect. Only a legacy disciple of Hidden Death Sect could have the insight to launch such a frightening assassination attempt. Su Zimo fought against the most prominent successors of Hidden Death Sect twice and each time was equally treacherous. 20 years ago, Su Zimo only managed to kill the thousand-faced assassin beneath the human emperor's palace. To think that an assassin of Hidden Death Sect would leech onto him in the ancient battlefield again and try to claim his life immediately upon striking. Ah! A series of exclamations broke out from the crowd. Mr. Bro! Brother Su, watch out! Little Fox, the spirit tiger and everyone else did not have time to move and could only shout. Lin Xuanji had just taken a half-step forward before he stopped. It was already too late. Nobody could save Su Zimo. The sword of the assassin was inches away from Su Zimo. A wary look flashed through Lin Xuanji's eyes. This was the true terror of a legacy disciple of Hidden Death Sect. If he was in Su Zimo's position, he would be doomed from this assassination as well. There was nothing much to offend an ordinary cultivator. However, if one offended an assassin, one would never have a moment of peace in their future unless either one of the parties were truly dead. Nobody could know when an assassin would appear and they would always have to be on guard. The assassin could be far away or nearby, always biding an opportune moment for a fatal strike like a ghost in the dark. The mental torture was extremely frightening and most cultivators wouldn't be able to handle it. In that instant, Su Zimo shouted with Sanskrit and released his robust voice as his blood chi surged and reverberated relentlessly like the crack of a thunderbolt. Sound-killing moves had almost instantaneous power bursts. At that critical moment, only a sound-killing move could save Su Zimo. The assassin's body shuddered upon hearing the Sanskrit word. Even for legacy disciples of Hidden Death Sect, they were not superior in head-on combat. The Sanskrit was released with haste and might not have had an impact on someone like Su Cheng. However, the impact was great for the Hidden Death Sect assassin. The sword in the hands of the assassin paused for a moment. However, immediately after, the assassin released Hidden Death Sect's secret skill and suppressed the wild blood chi in his body. He straightened the sword and thrust toward Su Zimo's heart from the back. The pause lasted for less than a single breath. Most cultivators wouldn't be able to react to it. However, Su Zimo possessed the warning from his spirit perception to begin with. There was no way he could miss this fleeting opportunity. Splash! His blood chi rumbled. Su Zimo's body expanded massively all of a sudden and his robes were torn, revealing muscles that resembled molten steel. Although the transformation did not seem like anything much, the expansion of Su Zimo's body caused the initial position of his heart to deviate. Buzz! Buzz! 6 spirit patterns shone on the assassin's thin blade. It was a connate spirit weapon that was extremely sharp. However, the moment the thin blade entered Su Zimo's flesh, it was met with great resistance and let out a strange noise. Half of his thin blade was pushed through but it did not hit any vitals. Furthermore, when the assassin wanted to withdraw the sword, he discovered that his sword was stuck tightly within Su Zimo's flesh. The next moment, a gigantic palm descended from the skies as a dark shadow blanketed the world. How dare you! Su Zimo hollered and disregarded his injuries as he counterattacked. He was truly enraged by the assassination. Thankfully, he had energy remaining after his fight with Su Cheng. If he was facing an opponent like Diin, it would be deadly to have an enemy like this assassin lurking nearby. He had to strike this person to death with his palm. Right here, right now. The assassin was decisive without any hint of panic in his eyes. He abandoned his thin sword and turned to flee, scurrying into the distance without touching the ground. His movement technique resembled a ghost, and he would disappear from one's line of sight if one was careless. "You're still trying to escape?" Su Zimo withdrew the long sword on his body and stuffed it into his storage bag. A stream of blood spewed out, but Su Zimo ignored it. His physique was way too strong that an injury like this would not impact him much. He would recover on his own before long. In a flash, Su Zimo chased in the direction of the assassin. Ma. Ni. Pa. Mi. Ham. Su Zimo released the 6 Sanskrit words of the Daming mantra immediately, bursting like thunder. A single Sanskrit word was enough to affect the assassin. Now that all 6 words of the Daming mantra were released, a terrifying power was formed in the voids. A Buddha light flashed and Sanskrit reverberated endlessly. Against the shock of the Sanskrit words, the assassin spat out a mouthful of blood and instantly revealed his position. "You're far weaker compared to the 1,000-faced assassin." Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo had already arrived behind the person. He reached out and punched the assassin heavily on the back. Snap! A tremendous power almost snapped the assassin, causing a lump to protrude from his chest in a shocking manner. That single punch severed the life of the assassin. Thump! The assassin fell forward stiffly. Su Zimo arrived beside him and put away the latter's storage bag. He then reached out and kicked the assassin's corpse to flip it. The assassin was naturally unable to maintain Hidden Death Sect's secret skill after his death, and his appearance was revealed. He was an ordinary person. His features could not have been any more ordinary. He was someone that would not be noticed at all when thrown into a crowd. Although Su Zimo had just seen how this person looked, the moment he closed his eyes, he could not even remember the person's face. Someone like that was a natural-born assassin. However, it was a pity that he chose the wrong prey. Chapter 710, God Race. Chapter 710, God Race. Although the assassin of Hidden Death Sect was dead, Su Cheng of Zephyr Thunder Palace managed to escape with the opening as well. It was already too late for Su Zimo to chase in pursuit. In the end, Lin Xuanji did not kill Nie Hao of Chaos Essence Sect ruthlessly either, choosing to release the latter. Enigma Palace had an exceptional status in Tianhuang mainland and would naturally not sow grudges with other super sections. Lin Xuanji could not be as indifferent as Su Zimo in handling things. There were few cultivators remaining from the 3 super sects, and they fled in all directions wildly, vanishing without a trace. The cultivators watching nearby were emotional upon seeing that. After this battle, Su Zimo's would become even more prominent in the ancient battlefield. To many cultivators, Di'in was probably the only one who could fight with him. This battle was an eye-opener for many cultivators. Notwithstanding the spirit arts and combat technique used in the massacre, there were quite a few ancient phenomenons that appeared. Chaos Essence Hole, Yellow Springs, Apocalyptic 5 Thunders, Primordial Divine Turtle, Primordial Soaring Serpent, and the extremely mysterious Great Expanding Mist. At the end, everyone had the fortune of witnessing the birth of a brand new Golden Core phenomenon. Furthermore, it was so scary that it could destroy the Apocalyptic 5 Thunders with ease. To think that even terrifying existences such as Ling Ming, Situsher, and the assassin of Hidden Death Sect would die here. What a pity. Don't forget, this is the ancient battlefield where anything can happen. That's right. If the assassin of Hidden Death Sect had not appeared in the end, Su Cheng of Zephyr Thunder Palace might not have been able to escape as well. Many cultivators dispersed as they discussed in hushed voices. The battle had come to an end. Although everyone knew that this group was in possession of treasures such as the Yellow Springs Diagram and Purple Thunder Manual, nobody dared to fight them for it. Thank you. Su Zimo turned to Lin Xuanji and nodded. Lin Xuanji was different from Little Fatty and Shi Jian. His identity was sensitive and there was no need for him to help out. Although Nie Hao was the one who pushed his luck, given Lin Xuanji's capabilities, if he truly wanted to escape, there was no way Nie Hao could have stopped him. Lin Xuanji waved it off and said deeply, "This black tortoise phenomenon that you've created is extremely strong and terrifying. Perhaps it can truly go against Chaos Ocean, but..." He paused for a moment before saying slowly, "From what I know, Diin is way scarier than he was 100 years ago. I don't even dare to divine anything pertaining to him. You must be careful." Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The fact that Lin Xuanji was so wary was proof of how frightening Diin was. "Don't worry, I haven't wasted my past 20 years as well," Su Zimo replied. Lin Xuanji nodded with a pensive expression. "There's one more thing, you've got to be careful after entering Myriad Phenomenon City. You've already offended almost everyone from the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects in the elementary ancient battlefield. You killed and injured many of them in the battle at the Human Emperor's palace. Although they can't blame anyone since they were the ones that joined forces, some sects might hold on to the grudge and make things difficult for you because of it. Since Su Cheng and Nie Hao are not dead, the two great immortal sects, Zephyr Thunder Palace and Chaos Essence Sect, will definitely cause trouble for you in Myriad Phenomenon City." "Humph." Su Zimo sneered, "That's great. I'll send Su Cheng down to the Yellow Springs if he comes to look for me. There's something you might not know," Lin Xuanji said slowly. "In Myriad Phenomenon City, there's formations and seals left behind by seniors of Enigma Palace. Nascent souls can make use of dermic powers freely without being detected by the outside world." He was implying that nascent souls could attack freely in Myriad Phenomenon City without being devoured. That was a little troublesome. Lin Xuanji continued, "Zephyr Thunder Palace and Chaos Essence Sect have nascent souls tagging along for their expedition. These nascent souls are not sealers that are in their twilight years, but people in their prime with immense vitality. You must be careful of these nascent souls causing trouble for you after entering Myriad Phenomenon City." Su Zimo nodded. In that case, anyone that did not have the backing of nascent souls in Myriad Phenomenon City was definitely disadvantaged. Lin Xuanji said, "All right, I'll leave you guys to clean up the battlefield. I'll take my leave first." "Hold on." As though he recalled something, Su Zimo called back Lin Xuanji. "What's wrong?" Lin Xuanji froze for a moment. Su Zimo asked, "Have you seen a group of cultivators, around 8 of them, with ancient attires? They have golden hair, blue eyes, sharp noses and every single one of them is extremely good looking." When he heard that description, Lin Xuanji's expression turned increasingly grim. "Why are they here?" he murmured with a dark look on his face. Su Zimo asked, "Who are they?" He had to know their background since Nian Qi was taken away by them. Lin Xuanji asked instead, "You know about the primordial 9 races, right?" Su Zimo nodded. Lin Xuanji said slowly, "They are part of the primordial 9 races, the God race." God race. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat at the mention of those words. There was a race in Tianhuang mainland that dared to refer to themselves as gods. They were either lunatics or... They must be truly frightening that they resembled gods. Lin Xuanji frowned deeply and murmured, "The primordial 9 races would almost never appear in the ancient battlefield. To think that beings of the god race from this generation would enter. Why are you asking about that? Have you seen them?" Lin Xuanji asked. "No." Su Zimo shook his head. "However, I've got a friend that was taken away by that group. I've got to rescue her." Lin Xuanji sighed gently and shook his head. "You haven't interacted with the god race before so you don't know about their terror." He continued, "In the god race, killing above their level is something as simple as drinking water. The only thing that would pique their interest slightly is killing someone that's a major realm above them. To put it simply, against the god race, your body, blood chi, and advantage in melee combat is almost non-existent. Su Zimo did not doubt Lin Xuanji. From Qing Qing's description, he could already vaguely guess how frightening the group of cultivators were. How terrifying was Su Zimo's body and blood chi. He had yet to experience defeat in melee combat. Even when he exchanged blows with Di-In in the old temple at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he had a slight advantage. But now, it was said that the god race could match him in terms of physique and blood chi. As one of the primordial 9 races, the god race has a noble bloodline and possesses many ancient secret skills and techniques. Even Di-In would not dare to provoke them recklessly. Lin Xuanji mulled, the arrival of the god race, seems like something big is about to happen in the ancient battlefield. This is not good, I've got to hurry back and inform the elders of the sect so that they can prepare for things. With that said, Lin Xuanji vanished right in front of their eyes in a puff of smoke. God race, God race. Su Zimo murmured with an unfathomable expression as he said coldly, to think that I'll come across the primordial 9 races so quickly. It was no wonder why Nian Qi possessed such immense strength in the past without knowing anything. It was because she carried the blood of the god race in her body. Chapter 711, Myriad Phenomenon City. Chapter 711, Myriad Phenomenon City. Of course, there were many indications that showed that even with the bloodline of the god race in her, Nian Qi's background might be even more complicated. There was naturally a reason why the primordial 9 races ruled over the 10,000 races back in the primordial era. If not for the battle royale in the primordial era which reduced the 10,000 races and caused immense damage to the strength of the primordial 9 races, humans wouldn't have been able to overthrow the rule of the primordial 9 races even if they had immense fortune and multiple emperors. The ancestral dragon that appeared more than 10,000 years ago had frightening strength. 2 super sects and an empire was annihilated because of it. After the ancient war, the 9 races fell and humans ruled over Tianhuang mainland. Even so, there were 9 forbidden grounds for cultivators on Tianhuang mainland. The 9 forbidden grounds were the places where the primordial 9 races resided. Any living being apart from those of the primordial 9 races would be killed mercilessly if they entered the forbidden grounds. Previously, the Palace Lord of Blood Crow Palace arrived at the Dragon Bone Valley and alarmed a divine dragon. The reason why the Palace Lord explained hurriedly that he was one of the 9 races was so that he could save himself. Unfortunately, the divine dragon could tell with a single look that the Palace Lord's bloodline was impure and almost killed him on the spot. After a while, Little Fatty and the others swept through the battlefield and reaped their rewards. "Boss, where should we go next?" "I'll go along with you," Little Fatty said. Su Zimo replied deeply, "We'll find a place to rest for the day. Tomorrow, we'll head for Myriad Phenomenon City." "All right." Everyone nodded. If they wanted to search for the god race aimlessly in the ancient battlefield, it would be akin to seeking a pin in a haystack. It was unrealistic. There was definitely a reason why the god race appeared in the ancient battlefield. They merely discovered Nian Qi by accident. The place where the god race had the highest possibility of appearing was at the center of the ancient battlefield, Myriad Phenomenon City. Myriad Phenomenon City existed for a long time and had been around since the ancient era. Fairy Ling Long named the ancient city and it represented endless phenomenons. She hoped that humans would be able to create golden core phenomenons limitlessly in the future. Right now, even if there weren't 10,000, there were several thousand different golden core phenomenons. However, there were not many that could be ranked at the top of the phenomenon ranking. Most of them were familiar ones that had been passed down from the ancient era. This day, a group of strange, travel-worn cultivators arrived outside Myriad Phenomenon City. To be precise, there were only 3 cultivators in the group. The other 5 cultivators gave off a faint demonic chi and showed clear signs of being demon beasts. Although demon beasts could take on human form after creating a core and even speak in human tongue, they could not erase their demon beast roots entirely. After creating an essence spirit, demon beasts can resonate with the universe and absorb the essence of the sun and moon, allowing them to take on human form completely while hiding their auras so that they can hide among humans. Those demon beasts were difficult to detect, and that was the reason why they were called fiend demons. Among the 5 demon beasts, 3 of them looked menacing and had burly bodies filled with long fur. Their gazes were vicious and they emanated a rich demonic chi. The other 2 were female. One of them was tall with long, slender legs that looked extremely flexible. The other one was in her prime and had peerless looks. She wore fiery red robes that were daring and barely concealed her body. Every single blink of her huge, watery eyes seemed as though they could steal someone's soul. As the group of them walked, the young lady in her prime drew away half of everyone's attention alone. The reason why the group of them was described as strange was not because of the 5 demons or the young lady with the charming looks alone. In the ancient battlefield, many disciples or strong paragons of different sects had their own mounts or spirit beasts. It was a part of their combat strength. Previously, there were even cultivators that rode on 7 WYRMS into Myriad Phenomenon City and emanated an exceptional aura. 5 demon beasts was nothing compared to that. WYRMS were pure-blooded ferocious beasts and looked way stronger than the 5 demon beasts. There was even a female cultivator with an unmatched grace who rode on a snow bird and descended into Myriad Phenomenon City. There were spirit chariots that flew through the air as well, where men could be faintly seen lying on the laps of beautiful women while enjoying wine and making merry. The spirit chariots were followed by many gorgeous women, and flower petals were scattered everywhere they passed with an aromatic fragrance that others envied. In terms of grandeur, this group of people were nothing. However, the truly odd thing about the group of them was the attitude between the 3 cultivators and the 5 demons. All of them conversed happily, and rather than slaves, they seemed like good friends. Finally, someone exclaimed softly and sized up a green-robed cultivator among them before murmuring with a puzzled expression, "Could he be?" Su Zimo and the others had finally arrived here after an arduous journey. Myriad Phenomenon City was like an ancient gigantic beast that sat here motionlessly, giving off an antiquated aura as it witnessed history pass by. Beneath Myriad Phenomenon City, everyone raised their heads. The tiles on the city walls were greenish-black with marks left behind by sharp swords, as though they were telling a story. "How tall?" Little Fox exclaimed. The group of them were akin to insignificant ants beneath the walls of the ancient city. "This ancient city sure is grand." Ching Ching could not help but exclaim as well. The spirit tiger shifted his eyes and gazed at the entrance of Myriad Phenomenon City, pouting his lips. "It's a pity that there's no gates to this ancient city. Its defenses are too weak. If a beast stampede arrives, the city will be infiltrated instantly." "You're mistaken." Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. "There's no need for city gates in Myriad Phenomenon City. Given the treacherous environment of the ancient battlefield, the only ancient city that did not require a city gate was Myriad Phenomenon City." The spirit tiger froze for a moment in confusion. Su Zimo pointed beneath his feet and said slowly, "The most outstanding cultivators of the Golden Core realm in Tianhuang mainland are all gathered here in this city. Of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who entered the ancient battlefield, at least 100,000 of them will make it to Myriad Phenomenon City. With that figure, no demon beast, beast stampede or any living being would dare to attack Myriad Phenomenon City. That would be akin to having a death wish." Ching Ching kicked the spirit tiger and teased, "Hey, go and trigger a beast stampede. I'll see how you take down Myriad Phenomenon City." The spirit tiger coughed twice hurriedly with an awkward expression. Suddenly, a voice sounded above the city walls that caused a commotion. "Su Zimo. He is Su Zimo." "Huh? What are you talking about?" The monster incarnate who obtained the legacy of the human emperor's palace, has a double phenomenon, destroyed Glass Palace's ancient city and defeated Su Cheng? I'm definitely not mistaken, it's him. It truly looks like him. Green robes and accompanied by the legacy disciples of Tomb Sect and Puppet Sect. There will definitely be a good show to watch. I heard that there are many people in the city that have their eyes set on killing him. Hee, they should be eyeing his treasures instead, right? Above the city walls, on both sides of the pathways and within buildings, countless gazes looked down. Some of them were in awe, some were envious, some hostile. But more than that, most of them were gloating. Chapter 712, Spirit Beast Spar. Chapter 712, Spirit Beast Spar. Who wouldn't know of Su Zimo? In the ancient battlefield, there might not be many who have seen Su Zimo in person before. However, there was barely anyone who had not heard of him before. Right now, Su Zimo was already a scary figure that no one dared to approach, and he was second only to Di-In. The moment he stepped foot into Myriad Phenomenon City, a commotion broke out. Su Zimo was calm and nonchalant despite the numerous gazes. Little Fatty and Shijian were comparatively flustered. The people who could survive endless dangers and make the arduous journey to Myriad Phenomenon City were far from ordinary. There were hundreds of thousands of cultivators who entered the ancient battlefield. However, only 100,000 or so could make it to Myriad Phenomenon City alive. The gazes from these people naturally carried an immense pressure that ordinary cultivators would not be able to endure. Ching frowned slightly. Instinctively, Little Fox hid behind Su Zimo. The Golden Lion had a grim expression and tried his best to retract his demonic chi. No matter what, they were demon beasts. It was natural for them to feel uneasy being sized up by so many paragons of the human race. The spirit tiger ignored all the surrounding gazes and swaggered his way into the city boldly. Although Monkey could sense the hostility, he had no fear or reservations. Instead, he snarled and glared back with a menacing expression. He had a proud nature, and apart from Su Zimo, whom he was on friendly terms with, he did not have any regard for anyone else. That demon monkey sure is cocky. Forget it, we had better not mess with it since it was probably brought here by the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. Let's see how long more that Su Zimo can continue smiling. He's already made enemies with so many people before the fight for the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking. There will definitely be people who want to cause trouble for him. The crowd discussed. Right then, a group of cultivators walked over, and everywhere they passed, the crowd made a path for them. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. There were dozens of them in the group, and they came from 3 different sects, wearing different attires and had varied sect badges. Among them, there were even cultivators that were transformed from spirit beasts. Su Zimo had seen one of their sect badges on Su Cheng before. Zephyr Thunder Palace. There were many cultivators of Zephyr Thunder Palace that died outside the Astral Dragon Sputum Lair, and Su Cheng escaped with grave injuries after barely scraping through death. The arrival of this group was definitely hostile. The other 2 groups of cultivators were from Purple Firmament Sect and Clear Wind Temple. There were 3 super sects gathered. Fufu, what did I say? A tall tree is susceptible to being knocked over by strong winds. Su Zimo is bound to die after offending so many factions. I don't think anything much is going to happen since killing is forbidden within the city. Those cultivators can't possibly just start a fight on the streets. Wait and see, Many cultivators were waiting to watch a spectacle. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and narrowed his gaze as he looked at the dozens of people approaching. Fufu. The Golden Core leading Clear Wine Temple laughed gently before he arrived as he cupped his fists and raised his voice. I am Duan Qingping. It's a pleasure, fellow Daoist Su, I've heard a lot about you. The golden core named Duan Qingping gave a fake smile and his words were merely pleasantries. The golden core leading Purple Firmament sect sized up Su Zimo from head to toe before nodding expressionlessly. I am Wu Feng. It's the two of them. Things sure are heating up. Both Duan Qingping and Wu Feng are the top disciples of the two super sects. The cultivators of Zephyr Thunder Palace had cold gazes that were filled with killing intent. Su Zimo was not even bothered to put on a facade of politeness towards the group of them and had remained in silence with an icy gaze right from the beginning. Monkey and the others glared opposite with extreme hostility. Fu. Duan Qingping chuckled and waved it off gently. Fellow Taoists, there's no need to be nervous. Fighting or killing is forbidden in the city apart from the Myriad Phenomenon Hall. Why are you guys so tensed up? Relax. Su Zimo remained silent. He had no doubt that killing was forbidden in the city. After all, if there wasn't such a rule, all the paragons that were gathered in Myriad Phenomenon City might fight over any disagreements given their haughty and prideful natures. At that time, most people would be dead and there would be rivers of blood before the fight for the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking. Even so, Duan Qingping and the others must have a motive for coming here. Duan Qingping maintained his smile and swept his gaze across Monkey, the Spirit Tiger and everyone else before continuing. However, there's no restrictions about killing demon beasts in the city. Su Zimo raised his brow and his face was filled with killing intent. This group of people were here because they wanted to make a move on Monkey and the others? They were already sworn siblings. None of them was a spirit beast of anyone. To Su Zimo, Monkey and the others were like his kin. Anyone that harbored designs on his kin had to die. Duan Qingping chuckled again after sensing Su Zimo's killing intent. Fellow Taoist Su, don't get worked up. As cultivators, there's naturally no way we will lay our hands on your spirit beasts. However, he changed the topic. It's inconvenient for us to fight lest we spoil our relationship, but we can let our demon beasts spar with one another. How about that? With that, Duan Qingping slanted slightly and a tall man walked out from behind him. The man emanated a rich demonic chi and had a savage gaze. He was muscular with a bare upper body that was lined with steel-like muscles. He looked extremely terrifying. Duan Qingping remarked casually, "This is a spirit beast that was hatched from a spirit beast egg I found by wandering into a cave abode by accident in the past. It's nothing special." A gorgeous woman from Purple Firmament sect at the side walked forward. She had a long, slender body that curved in the right places charmingly. Wu Feng pointed to the woman. "This is a spirit beast reared by me. She's a demon beast of the snake race and is extremely ordinary as well. Your spirit beasts can pick any of them as an opponent for a spar." Su Zimo sneered internally. Neither Monkey or the Spirit Tiger were spirit beasts reared by him. As such, a spar like this was naturally extremely amusing to him. Just as Su Zimo was about to decline, a hairy palm appeared on his shoulder. Monkey stood out and rubbed his palms with a grin. "I've been feeling itchy anyways, I'll fight them." Since Monkey made his decision, Su Zimo did not stop the former. A look of delight flickered through the depths of Duan Qingping and Wu Feng's eyes. Duan Qingping asked with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, which of these two ferocious beasts do you want to challenge?" "Two. What's with the hassle? Let the both of them come together." Monkey spat in disdain and shouted. "You have a death wish." The mighty man's expression darkened instantly and the demonic chi surrounding him grew thicker. Hoo. The snake woman was completely amused but her eyes were colder than anything else as she said frostily, "Demon Monkey, don't regret this." Chapter 713, Two Great Ferocious Beasts. Chapter 713, Two Great Ferocious Beasts. As though he was afraid that Su Zimo might regret things, Duan Qingping said hurriedly, since that's the case, we'll let them spar. Although he said it was a spar, everyone could tell that once the spirit beasts on both sides started fighting, blood would be spilled and no mercy would be shown. Duan Qingping and Wu Feng exchanged glances, both could see the delight on the face of the other. Earlier on, they pretended to be weak intentionally by claiming that their spirit beasts were ordinary, to think that Su Zimo would be fooled with such ease. Duan Qingping sneered internally, although this monster incarnate has quite a reputation, he's probably nothing much. Even that spirit monkey reared by him is so impetuous like a moron. Duan Qingping and Wu Feng had relaxed expressions, convinced of their victory. On the other side, Su Zimo had a calm expression and his gaze was deep as the ocean, no one could read his mind. Little Fatty and Shi Jian had odd looks on their faces. Both of them had witnessed Monkey's strength personally previously. Although that demon monkey seemed like its bloodline was ordinary, it was definitely not inferior to ferocious beasts in combat strength. The golden lion had a frozen expression as he tried his best to look worried. Ching Ching and Little Fox tried their best to hide their amusement. The spirit tiger grinned evilly, looking as the mighty man and snake woman as though he was looking at two corpses. They had a better understanding of Monkey. If the mysterious power in Monkey's bloodline was forced out and it entered a berserk state, a calamity would definitely unfold. At that time, Monkey would not be able to recognize and would attack anyone even if it was Su Zimo. Before long, a space opened up on the long street. The number of cultivators gathered increased and a crowd was formed. Monkey had already entered the battlefield and was twisting his neck to stretch. The mighty man and snake woman formed a triangle opposite him. With a mocking expression, the mighty man said slowly, "Demon Monkey, it's not too late for you to regret now." Regret? Monkey rolled his eyes and sprinted towards the mighty man in huge strides while cursing, "Regret your mother." Boom! He guarded his chest with his left hand and his right hand expanded as he threw a punch with it. The size of his fist grew and resembled a gigantic greenish-black seal that descended from the skies. The tremendous force caused the air to explode with a boom. Sanguine Ape Fist Seal. That was a killing move from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness. Apart from Su Zimo, Monkey was the only one who knew that. Ah! The mighty man was about to refute when he swallowed his words out of fear towards the frightening incoming force. In fact, there was even a stench of blood around the gigantic seal. Pust! Recognizing how powerful this attack was, the mighty man gasped and his expression changed. Crackle! The tendons and bones in the mighty man's body rang at the same time and his blood chi surged. He reverted to his true form without hesitation after Monkey's attack. Although demons could take on human form after forming a core, their full combat strength could only be unleashed in their true forms. A gigantic demon beast appeared where he was. It resembled a tiger and a pair of wings appeared on its back with a swoosh. It had sharp teeth and fangs as it glared menacingly with a torrential ferocity. Ah! It's a Qiong Qi. The Qiong Qi is one of the 4 great ancient ferocious beasts. It's almost impossible to capture one alive and tame it thereafter. Duan Qingping sure is lucky. Any paragon that could become a top disciple of a super sect would definitely have his own opportunities and encounters. Duan Qingping sure is scheming to hide the identity of his spirit beast. Seems like that demon monkey is doomed. On the other side, the snake woman seemed to have sensed the immense pressure and reverted to her true form as well. A gigantic snake coiled up from the ground and it was 1,000 foot long. The scales on its body were as large as a person's face. Its head could almost reach the heavens as it flicked its forked tongue while glaring at Monkey coldly. Its gigantic snake tail swayed with a nauseating stench. Its tail was filled with poison. The cultivators in the vicinity held their breaths hurriedly. Everyone was even more shocked and they turned to look over. The snake's tail was forked like a pair of hooks that shimmered coldly as though they could pierce anything in the world. Heavens, it's a hook snake. Yet another pure-blooded ferocious beast. Duan Qingping and Wu Feng came prepared. Su Zimo's demon beast is bound to die. Even in the ancient battlefield, pure-blooded ferocious beasts were rarely seen. Even if they were seen, it was almost impossible to capture them alive and force them into a blood oath. But now, an ordinary monkey was fighting against two pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Wouldn't the monkey be ripped apart alive? Bang! Monkey had already arrived in front of the Qiong Qi and the gigantic seal descended fiercely. The Qiong Qi raised his arms to defend head-on and his blood qi surged in a torrential manner as a dull thud of defeat echoed out. There was a momentary pause. The next moment, the crowd went into an uproar. Right in front of countless gazes, the massive body of the Qiong Qi was sent flying and fell onto the ground, rolling on the long street for a long time before coming to a stop. It was knocked away by a seemingly ordinary demon beast. How powerful was that burst power? What was the background of that demon monkey such that it was able to send the Qiong Qi, one of the four great ancient ferocious beasts, flying? Pust! 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 An evil gust of wind welcomed him. The gigantic tail of the snake swept over like a heavenly piercing pillar. It had a frightening might as sand and gravel flew before it even arrived. Monkey did not move at all and channeled his blood qi. Reaching out, he opened his palms and grabbed the incoming snake tail directly. Bang! The stone slabs beneath Monkey's feet exploded instantly. However, Monkey did not move at all against the full-powered attack of the hook snake. A cold glint flashed through the eyes of the hook snake. The sweep of her tail was only her first move. Her true killing move came from her snake hooks thereafter. The reason why they were called hook snakes was because their most frightening means were the hooks on their tails. The pair of hooks was incomparably sharp and when cultivated to the peak, they could even penetrate perfect spirit weapons. Not only that, the hooks contained toxic poison. Most living beings would explode into pus within 10 breaths if they were struck by the hooks. The snake tail swept over like a stone pillar and steel whip. However, after Monkey grabbed it with both hands, the snake's tail went limp. As though it had a life of its own, it moved unusually and thrust towards Monkey's legs. Monkey could not dodge in time and two bloodied holes appeared on his legs. Hiss! The hook snake smiled. In her eyes, Monkey was already a dead man. Even a pure-blooded ferocious beast could only endure slightly longer against the spread of the toxic poison, but they would also die sooner or later. Monkey's expression did not change, but his knees buckled and he almost fell over. However, the blood glint in his eyes intensified and he stood up immediately after while his body expanded as he roared into the skies. That attack had enraged Monkey thoroughly. Chapter 714, How Bitter, This Sucks. Chapter 714, How Bitter, This Sucks. The inner core in Monkey's chest circulated fanatically and his blood qi surged. Instantly, he reverted to his true form with an expanded body and a torrential ferocity. Roar! Monkey glared with his bloodshot eyes and let out a deafening scream. Ah! Many cultivators watching in the vicinity exclaimed and their expressions changed. Some of the cultivators had it even worse and even retreated a few steps by instinct against the mighty of the demonic qi. Monkey grabbed the hook snake's tail with both arms and dug into its flesh with 10 forceful fingers. When he exerted strength in his arms, his muscles bulged and looked like defined rocks. PSST. The hook snake hissed into the air in turmoil. With a godly might, Monkey lifted the gigantic snake from its tail and swung it through the air with a massive arc before smashing it onto the ground violently. There were shouts and the crowd had already dispersed. The cultivators in the city were extremely alert and had retreated the moment they sensed that something was amiss. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the hook snake's body smashed heavily onto the ground and created a fissure that was 1,000 feet long. Sand and gravel flew everywhere along with flesh and blood. All the cultivators who were watching in the vicinity winced with immense shock in their eyes. It was too ruthless. If they were in the hook snake's position, they would have been smashed into sludge by that attack. The hook snake convulsed on the ground as she let out a stuttering, tragic sound with injuries all over her body. Although she was a pure-blooded ferocious beast, she could not withstand Monkey's frightening attack. She had truly not expected Monkey to turn even more fearsome and produce such a shocking power after he was struck by her poison. Monkey panted slightly. In truth, the poison of the hook snake was rather lethal and had already entered his body. However, the poison triggered the mysterious power in his bloodline and the two different powers ate at one another. Neither side could overwhelm the other within a short period of time, and that stalemate was the reason why he had not fallen. Even the conniving Duan Qingping could no longer smile. Wu Feng's expression was even darker. On the other side, the Qiong Qi was sent flying far away by Monkey's punch. Its bones were nearly broken as it struggled to stand up. Swoosh! The Qiong Qi spread its wings and descended from the skies, lunging towards Monkey viciously. Clang! Clang! It reached out with extremely sharp claws that shimmered coldly towards Monkey's head. At the same time, the Qiong Qi reared its head and opened its mouth to reveal fangs one sharper than the other to chomp down on Monkey's neck. Monkey would be doomed no matter if he was scratched or bitten by the Qiong Qi. Standing motionlessly on the spot, Monkey reared his head and glared with his bloodshot eyes. He did not dodge or avoid and suddenly counterattacked fiercely. Crack! 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 Monkey reached out with both arms. The sound of bones cracking and tendons twitching could be heard loudly from his muscular arms. Right in front of countless gazes, the tendons of the two arms stretched and their flesh were filled with blood, expanding more than 3 feet instantly. Although the Qiong Qi had the initiative, the sudden change caused it to be in a passive position. Before its fangs could reach Monkey, the latter's arms were already extended close to it. The Qiong Qi changed tactics at the last minute and grabbed Monkey's arms with its palms while biting down towards the latter's approaching palm. Bang! Monkey managed to grab the Qiong Qi's jaws before the latter could bite down. Boom! Monkey's bloodshot eyes shone brightly as he howled in rage, yanking the Qiong Qi down from midair and smashing it onto the ground violently. That smash caused the Qiong Qi's head to spin and it felt like its bones were about to break. Its skin had already split apart and it was on the verge of fainting from the pain. Its situation was not much better than the hook snake. Before it could react, a foot stomped down on its lower body with a thunderous might. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Groar! The Qiong Qi shrieked in pain. Monkey stomped down on the Qiong Qi's lower body with one foot while grabbing its upper and lower jaws with both arms. He had a feral gaze as he smashed them towards his own knee. Snap! The tragic shriek came to a stop. The Qiong Qi's upper and lower jaws were ripped apart by Monkey and its brains were smashed into sludge. It could not be any more dead. The cultivators watching were dumbfounded. This was an outcome that nobody had expected. The Qiong Qi was one of the 4 great ancient ferocious beasts. Even in the ancient era, it dominated the forests and was a superior demon beast. Who would have thought that it would be killed by a seemingly ordinary demon monkey? Su Zimo was unsurprised and had a calm expression. Apart from him and Night Spirit, Monkey had the most frightening combat strength among the 7 of them sworn siblings. Although the 2 pure-blooded ferocious beasts had powerful backgrounds, they were no match for Monkey. At the thought of Night Spirit, a black shadow that resembled a phantom lined with cold scales and had a sharp tail flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Night Spirit was a natural killer. Each time he attacked, Su Zimo would always be amazed. His kills were clean without any unnecessary actions. If Night Spirit was the one fighting this, the two pure-blooded ferocious beasts would have been carcasses within a couple of moves. Duan Qingping's expression turned dark but reverted to normal within a moment. Initially, they wanted to kill Su Zimo's spirit beasts with this spar and conveniently agitate the latter. As long as Su Zimo was agitated and attacked within Myriad Phenomenon City, the nascent souls backing them would have sufficient reason to attack and kill Su Zimo on the streets. However, they've miscalculated. Snake Woman, come back. Wu Feng shouted hurriedly when he realized that the battle was already lost. He did not want his spirit beast to end up in the same state as the Qiong Qi. The hook snake obeyed and was invigorated for a moment, slithering her body towards the direction of Wu Feng. Trying to flee? Monkey sneered and stomped on the ground. Instantly, his body flashed and he dashed over at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Stomping down on the hook snake's waist, Monkey exerted strength in his foot and almost split the hook snake's body into two. Ah! 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 The hook snake shrieked shrilly and twisted her body wildly, yet she could not break free from Monkey's grip no matter what she did. Before Wu Feng could react, Monkey had already leaned forward and hammered down his massive fists in a flurry. Bang! 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 He attacked a dozen times in succession. The hook snake's head was smashed into a pulp. The hook snake had fallen. The battered half of the snake's body that remained twitched unconsciously. Ha! Monkey grinned and sliced open the snake's body, retrieving a slimy green gall. He raised his head and swallowed it as he smacked his lips. Spat! He spat out and pouted his lips. How bitter, this sucks. The cultivators in the vicinity were speechless. The gall of a hook snake was the most valuable part of its body and was worth even more than its inner core. After consumption, cultivators gain immunity to most poison and can even dispel the poison of the hook snake itself. A single drop of juice from the hook snake's gallbladder was sufficient to refine a superior class antidote. To think that this demon monkey would be unsatisfied after consuming the entire gallbladder, and it was even filled with contempt. Chapter 7:15, Snowdrift Valley. Chapter 7:15, Snowdrift Valley. Accursed beast, how dare you! Wu Feng had finally snapped out of his stupor and his expression was extremely grim. He glared at Monkey with a deep killing intent and released his golden core's spirit energy while summoning a flying sword. Su Zimo's gaze turned cold. As long as Wu Feng dared to move, he would attack and crush this man to death with his palm. Wu Feng's aura had barely surged when he shuddered. Su Zimo's hands were tainted with the blood of many paragons, a single gaze from him carried an overbearing aura and a terrifying suppression. Brother Wu. Duan Qingping was the first to react as he held Wu Feng back by the arm and shook his head gently. The killing intent in Wu Feng's eyes dissipated. He took a deep breath before calming down and retracted his flying sword. Humph! Monkey glanced at the two of them from the corner of his eyes before snorting and returning to Su Zimo's side. This was almost a perfect victory for him. Although he was injured as well, those were external injuries and his bones and tendons were unaffected. After he swallowed the snake gall, the greatest threat to him, the hook snake poison, was already dispelled. Duan Qingping cupped his fists from far away and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Su, to think that not only are you strong, even your spirit beast is so terrifying. I'm impressed." Su Zimo frowned. The fact that Duan Qingping was able to smile despite the immense losses meant that he was plotting something much greater. Duan Qingping smiled. "Fellow Taoist Su, the reason why we're here is actually to invite you for a banquet. Here it comes." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. This was probably their true motive. Duan Qingping continued, the elders of our 3 immortal sects have heard of your reputation for a long time as well. They've prepared a banquet specially for you and we'd like to invite you for a gathering. Needless to think, this was definitely a Hongmen banquet of no return. Su Cheng of Zephyr Thunder Palace was nearly killed by Su Zimo. The Purple Thunder Manual was in his possession as well. How could Zephyr Thunder Palace be so kind as to invite him for a banquet? The battle beneath the human emperor's palace 20 years ago shocked the world. Successors of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects were left dead and injured. The successors of 2 major immortal sects, Purple Firmament Sect and Clear Wind Temple, died in Su Zimo's hands. In other words, the 3 major immortal sects before them, Zephyr Thunder Palace, Purple Firmament Sect and Clear Wind Temple, all had grudges with Su Zimo in one way or another. It was easy for him to attend the banquet, but he would most likely be left with no choice after attending. Naturally, there was no way Su Zimo would be deceived by a plot as such. He sneered internally and was about to decline when Duan Qingping gave a sudden smile and said slowly, "This is the goodwill of the elders of our 3 major immortal sections. I'm sure you will give them some face, right, fellow Daoist Su?" Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. He felt a chills run down his spine after Duan Qingping finished speaking and he was alarmed internally as a cold killing intent engulfed him. At least 3 killing intents were fixed on him at that instant. Su Zimo finally understood the meaning behind the invitation. There was no doubt that it was a Hongmen banquet. However, the invitation came from the nascent soul-perfected lords of the 3 major immortal sects. If he declined right away, it would be equivalent to disrespect towards the 3 nascent souls. The nascent souls of the 3 major immortal sects would have a reason to attack him. Private duels were forbidden in Myriad Phenomenon City. However, those restrictions meant little to the nascent souls. They could make a move as long as they had a reason to justify it. There were many seals in Myriad Phenomenon City that could prevent the detection from the outside world, and it was like a pocket dimension of its own. Even if the nascent souls attacked with their full powers, they would not cause dimensional tears. The nascent souls in Myriad Phenomenon City were not sealers in their twilight years. These were also no ordinary nascent souls. They were perfected lords of various super sects and came from the immortal sects. These were people with countless trump cards and terrifying means available to them. Naturally, at the end of the day, it was because Su Zimo did not have any powerful backing or the support of nascent souls. He remained silent as his mind surged rapidly, considering the pros and cons of his options. At that moment, a single wrong statement from him could bring about attacks from nascent souls. What a savage scheme! They're not leaving Su Zimo any way out at all. That's right, he's doomed whether he accepts or refuses the invitation. The crowd had gone silent as well and only a few cultivators were left whispering. "Are you attending or not? Hurry and reply." Wu Feng hollered impatiently. His killing intent had already reached its peak after the death of the hook snake that he had reared for many years. Duan Qingping gave a cold smile as well. "Fellow Daoist Su, aren't you someone that's decisive to kill? Why have you gone so cowardly such that you don't even dare to accept an invitation?" "It's not because he doesn't dare to." At that moment, a woman's voice sounded from outside the crowd. Immediately after, dozens of female cultivators passed through the crowd briskly and the temperature on the long streets dipped. The cultivators wore snow-white robes that were spotless and each of them had extraordinary features. Graceful and elegant, the only thing was that their expressions were cold as ice. Cultivators of Snowdrift Valley. What are they doing here? Could they be here to take revenge on Su Zimo as well? Many cultivators discussed softly. Su Zimo swept his gaze across. The leader of the group of Snowdrift Valley female cultivators looked familiar. Running through his memories, Su Zimo recalled that person before long. Under the human emperor's palace, there was a cultivator from Snowdrift Valley that attacked him as well. It was this female cultivator, and her name seemed to be Ling Han. Duan Qingping frowned slightly and cupped his fists before asking with a raised voice, "What did you mean by that, fellow Daoist Ling Han?" Ling Han walked closer with her group of cultivators before nodding to Su Zimo. She then turned to Duan Qingping and Wu Feng and replied indifferently, "It's not because fellow Daoist Su does not dare to accept your invitation, it's because he has accepted Snowdrift Valley's invitation to a banquet earlier on. You guys are too late." A look of surprise flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. He had not seen any cultivators of Snowdrift Valley after entering the ancient battlefield, much less agree to attend a banquet of theirs. However, Su Zimo did not expose her and merely stood silently at the side as he watched. He had a vague feeling that Snowdrift Valley was not here for revenge, but to save him. Duan Qingping frowned. "Ling Han, what's the meaning of this? The nascent souls of our three major immortal sects have invited him personally, what's your business being here?" "Humph." Ling Han sneered coldly, "There's an order to things. So what if you guys are from the immortal sects? Snowdrift Valley is part of the immortal sects as well. Furthermore, this is the wish of our elder, perfected Lord Luo Shui." There was an obvious shift in Duan Qingping and Wu Feng's expressions at the mention of perfected Lord Luo Shui. A hint of cautiousness and fear could be seen from the depths of their eyes. At the same time, Su Zimo could vaguely sense with his spirit perception that another aura had appeared in the voids. It was extremely chilling and protected Su Zimo's group, facing the other three murderous auras in a standoff. This aura was the spirit consciousness that only nascent souls possessed. The three auras previously should have been from nascent souls of Zephyr Thunder Palace, Purple Firmament Sect and Clear Wind Temple. The aura that came later on was from perfected Lord Luo Shui. Chapter 716, Perfected Lord Luo Shui. Chapter 716, Perfected Lord Luo Shui. The situation turned tense for a brief moment with the inclusion of Snowdrift Valley. Duan Qingping and the others did not dare to behave recklessly after Ling Han brought out the name of Perfected Lord Luo Shui. Perfected Lord Luo Shui was a top cultivator of the nascent soul with frightening strength. In fact, she had a shot at becoming this generation's titular disciple of Snowdrift Valley. Even the nascent souls backing Duan Qingping and the others were cautious towards dealing with perfected Lord Luo Shui. The four terrifying auras engaged in a standoff in midair for a long time before dissipating gradually. Thereafter, the expressions of Duan Qingping and the others changed, as though they had obtained instructions. Wu Feng was indignant as he gripped his fists and glared at Su Zimo and Monkey before harumphing. After a moment of silence, Duan Qingping said with cupped fists, "Since that's the case, we won't insist on it. However, I've got to remind you, fellow Daoist Su, there are many people who harbor intentions towards you in Myriad Phenomenon City. You've got to watch out." Although Duan Qingping did not pinpoint anyone, he was clearly referring to Snowdrift Valley. "Duan Qingping, what are you implying?" Ling Han hollered with a cold gaze, "If you have anything on your mind, say it. Don't beat around the bush." "Heh, I didn't mention who those people were." "Why are you getting worked up, fellow Daoist Ling Han?" Duan Qingping chuckled softly and turned to leave with everyone from Clear Wind Temple without saying anything more. The cultivators of Zephyr Thunder Palace and Purple Firmament Sect followed soon after. Ling Han turned to Su Zimo and asked softly with an inquiring look, "Fellow Daoist Su, follow me?" "All right." This time round, Su Zimo nodded without hesitation. He could naturally tell that Duan Qingping was trying to sow discord between them. At the same time, he did not have any deep feud with Snowdrift Valley. The only thing that struck out was that Ling Han was injured by Su Zimo beneath the Human Emperor's palace 20 years ago. The crowd that was spectating dispersed as Su Zimo's group departed. However, everyone was clear that there would definitely be no peace in Myriad Phenomenon City from this day forth. The entire journey was silent. Under Ling Han's lead, Su Zimo's group arrived at Snowdrift Valley's residence before long. The area occupied by the residence was extremely huge, and a snowy field with a freezing temperature could be seen immediately upon crossing the gates. There were crystal snowflakes falling from the skies. Beneath their feet was white snow that crunched with every single step they took. The group of them crossed the snow and arrived at a gigantic palace in the depths before long. Before Ling Han could report their arrival, a cold voice sounded from within, "Come on in." Su Zimo did not hesitate and entered with Monkey and the others, looking towards a woman who was not far away immediately. She looked extremely young and had hair that was as black as ink. Her robes resembled snow, her complexion was smooth and her bones and muscles looked coldly. She was like a fairy from the Moon Palace without any warmth at all. "How beautiful!" Little Fox could not help but remark softly. If nothing was wrong, this should be perfected Lord Luo Shui of Snowdrift Valley. The eyes of the white-robed woman shone brightly and looked at Su Zimo without blinking. For some unknown reason, Little Fatty, Shi Jian and the others felt an uneasy nervousness being gazed at like that. Monkey reared his head and tried his best not to meet the white-robed woman's eyes. Even for the spirit tiger, who was normally incapacitated at the sight of a beauty, he lowered his head at the moment without any vile thoughts, resembling a composed old monk. Ching Ching, Little Fox, and the others averted their gazes instinctively as well. Su Zimo was the only one who stared at the white-robed woman quietly with a calm expression. A moment later, the white-robed woman nodded and looked back as an imperceivable hint of admiration flashed through her eyes. "I am Luo Shui. Everyone, have a seat, there's no need to be uptight." At that moment, Little Fatty and the others finally heaved a breath of relief. Unknowingly, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. The chair beneath perfected Lord Luo Shui was sculpted from a gigantic ice block and was transparent with a cold chill. However, she sat on it as though she could not sense the coldness at all. Su Zimo said with cupped fists, "I am Su Zimo. Thank you for your assistance earlier on, perfected Lord Luo Shui." Perfected Lord Luo Shui asked instead with a fake smile, "And you aren't afraid that I might be harboring ill intentions?" "Initially, I had reservations about that." Su Zimo smiled. "However, I was no longer worried the moment I caught sight of you. I know you will definitely not do that." Why so?" Perfected Lord Luo Shui leaned forward slightly and questioned. Su Zimo replied, "Instinct." Perfected Lord Luo Shui gave a smile as a form of silent acknowledgement. "Although personal fights are forbidden in Myriad Phenomenon City, this is the territory of Snowdrift Valley and I've got complete control over your life. If I kill you right here, nobody can stop me." Perfected Lord Luo Shui said, "You've sure got guts for following her here without ascertaining anything." By her words, Perfected Lord Luo Shui was telling Su Zimo that that was the plan of the three major sects, Zephyr Thunder Palace, Purple Firmament Sect and Clear Wind Temple. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before speaking. 20 years ago. Nothing happened 20 years ago. As though she could read Su Zimo's mind, Perfected Lord Luo Shui waved it off casually and interrupted. The Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects were underhanded in that fight beneath the human emperor's palace. Although all of them claimed to be paragons, they fought you together. Notwithstanding the fact that Ling Han survived, even if she had died, she could blame no one for her lack of skills. Perfected Lord Luo Shui's words had the true magnanimity of someone from an immortal sect. "Do you want to make a guess why I helped you?" She shifted the topic and looked at Su Zimo, asking with a fake smile. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before saying in a probing manner, "Glass Palace?" It was inevitable for super sects in Tianhuang mainland to hold grudges against one another. The greatest opposition was between immortals and fiends. However, even among the 9 immortal sects, they were not always chummy as well. Glass Palace and Snowdrift Valley had a deep feud with one another. Su Zimo declared war against Glass Palace and annihilated their faction in the ancient battlefield immediately after he entered. It was only natural that Snowdrift Valley would feel closer to Su Zimo because of that. That's one of the reasons. Another reason is because I was also curious personally and wanted to see you. Perfected Lord Luo Shui looked at Su Zimo. I wanted to see how the strongest monster incarnate in history that defeated paragons of the three factions beneath the human emperor's palace looked like. I wanted to see if the brave, courageous man that dared to wage war against Glass Palace has 3 heads and 6 arms. Su Zimo smiled. I've disappointed you then. I look extremely ordinary, much less possess 3 heads and 6 arms. You did not disappoint me, you are good. Perfected Lord Luo Shui smiled as well. Little Fatty shifted his beady eyes and paused for a moment on Perfected Lord Luo Shui's face before looking at Su Zimo with an odd expression. Monkey and the others were brutish and did not sense anything. However, Little Fox had a nervous expression and gripped her paws instinctively. There was a hint of hostility in the way she looked at Perfected Lord Luo Shui, as though something dear to her was about to be snatched away. Chapter 717, Ancient Phenomenon Stele. Chapter 717, Ancient Phenomenon Stele. Perfected Lord Luo Shui merely smiled indifferently after sensing Little Fox's hostility as she asked, "How much do you guys know about the fight for the phenomenon ranking?" Su Zimo shook his head. Perfected Lord Luo Shui said, "Actually, the fight for the phenomenon ranking is not as bitter as you guys are imagining it to be." Huh? A look of surprise flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. He was certain that a bloodbath was inevitable since 100,000 paragons were gathered in Myriad Phenomenon City for an eventual 108 positions. But now, that did not seem like the case. Follow me. Perfected Lord Luo Shui soared into the air with a single motion and flew upwards of the gigantic palace. Everyone else followed immediately after. Before long, Su Zimo and the others arrived at the top of the palace and could almost see the entire Myriad Phenomenon City. A single glance across revealed that there were around 30 other structures as tall as this scattered across various parts of the ancient city. Su Zimo's vision was extremely powerful. He could vaguely tell that almost all of the tall structures were strongholds for various super sects. Of course, from the high ground, the most prominent spot of Myriad Phenomenon City was a mountain peak that towered into the clouds. The peak of the mountain had even surpassed the city walls of Myriad Phenomenon City and was hidden in the clouds. Perfected Lord Luo Shui looked at the mountain and said slowly, "You can see it too, that mountain is called the Myriad Phenomenon Peak. It is 108,000 feet tall and has 108 stone steps. The fight for the phenomenon ranking can be divided into 2 distinct parts. The first part is an elimination battle that takes place at Myriad Phenomenon Peak." Elimination battle? Su Zimo asked. Although there are more than 100,000 paragons in the city, after the elimination battle, only 108 will remain. Perfected Lord Luo Shui explained, "The rules of the elimination are simple. All you have to do is ascend the Myriad Phenomenon Peak. The higher you ascend, the higher your eventual ranking is on the phenomenon ranking. The 108 cultivators that ascend the furthest will become the new candidates for the generation's phenomenon ranking." Su Zimo frowned slightly and everyone else looked puzzled as well. Little Fatty blinked and asked, "That's all? What's so special about Myriad Phenomenon Peak? Are there dangers up there?" "No." Perfected Lord Luo Shui shook her head. "Fighting is forbidden on the Myriad Phenomenon Peak. Although ascending it seems like a simple task, most cultivators will be eliminated. There is a stele erected at the top of the Myriad Phenomenon Peak. It's the famous ancient phenomenon stele that was placed by Fairy Ling Long personally at the top of the peak in the past." Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. Indeed, there was a gigantic stele at the peak of Myriad Phenomenon Peak that gave off an ancient aura. There's so many names on that stele. Su Zimo muttered softly. Perfected Lord Luo Shui turned and asked with slight disbelief, your vision is so powerful that you are able to tell that there are words written on the stele? Even she could not see what was on that stele given that distance. Yet, the fact that Su Zimo's vision had reached such a level while he was just a golden core was something that was frightening. In truth, the reason for this was due to illumination eye that Su Zimo had cultivated. Su Zimo stared for a moment and sensed his eyes prickling in pain. Immediately, he retracted his gaze. There are many words on the stele with varied handwriting. They are not written by a single person. However, I could not see what was written exactly, Su Zimo said. Perfected Lord Luo Shui nodded. That's right, the ancient phenomenon stele has the names of many experts written on it, including the ancient emperors. All of it was written by them personally. Only those that can ascend the peak of Myriad phenomenon peak have the rights to leave their names on it. The ancient phenomenon stele contains the power of golden core phenomenons from many paragons and monster incarnates throughout history. Its might shrouds over the entire place. Anyone that wishes to ascend the mountain will have to resist the pressure. At that point, Su Zimo was enlightened. The ancient phenomenon stele was at the mountain peak and the closer one was, the greater the pressure they would experience. They were not merely ascending the Myriad phenomenon peak. Rather, they were ascending the path that multiple ancient emperors have treaded in the past. Naturally, the closer one was to the mountain peak was proof of the strength of their golden core phenomenons. If they could reach the peak, it would imply that they were comparable to the ancient experts of the past at the golden core realm. Perfected Lord Luo Shui said, there are a total of 108 stone steps on Myriad phenomenon peak and the gap between each step is more than 1,000 feet. The closer to the top, the greater the pressure. At the end, it is almost impossible to cross the first stone step. Su Zimo's gaze shifted. He saw that many cultivators were gathered beneath the Myriad phenomenon peak. During this period of time, there were already many cultivators attempting to ascend the Myriad phenomenon peak. Some of them were sent flying the moment they stepped foot on the first stone step. Some cultivators maintained their golden core phenomenons but were only able to struggle briefly on the first stone step before they were sent flying and fell not far away. Within a short 15 minutes, there were dozens of cultivators that attempted to climb the mountain, but not a single person could ascend to the second stone step. It's so difficult. Little Fatty was secretly stumped. Perfected Lord Luo Shui said, the names on the ancient phenomenon stele have increased since the ancient era. This also means that the pressure that the later generations have to endure is even greater. It has already been around 1,000 years that nobody has been able to leave their names on the phenomenon stele. The golden core phenomenon ranking was released once every 100 years. 1,000 years meant that nobody had been able to ascend the peak and leave their names for 10 golden core phenomenon ranking fights. A peerless figure that resembled an emperor who looked down on the entire world crossed Su Zimo's mind and he could not help but ask, Deen did not manage to ascend the peak 100 years ago as well? Deen cultivated the golden core phenomenon, Chaos Ocean, that was left behind by the human emperor and was the number one of the previous phenomenon ranking. The Myriad phenomenon peak seemed a little scary if even someone like that could not reach the peak. No. Perfected Lord Luo Shui shook her head gently. Although Deen was the top of the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago, he stopped at the 99th stone step and could not advance further. Deen was too young 100 years ago after all. At that point, Su Zimo vaguely realized that Deen's return was most likely not only for the number one position of the phenomenon ranking or the rewards that accompanied it. It was for his personal pride. In order to prove himself, he had to attempt to reach the peak and leave his name on the phenomenon stele. Perfected Lord Luo Shui lamented, the phenomenon ranking refreshes once every 100 years. How many names on it would be remembered by the masses? However, the phenomenon ranking is preserved through history and passed down into the future. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly asked, as though he recalled something, who was the last person to leave his name on the phenomenon stele? Perfected Lord Luo Shui came to a sudden silence. A long time later, she said slowly, the current Azura, Yen Beichen. Bingo. Su Zimo nodded to himself. Perfected Lord Luo Shui seemed wary towards that name as she returned to the topic of the phenomenon ranking. The ranking battle comes after the elimination battle. After the elimination battle, the ranking of the 108 cultivators are only the initial placings. If 2 or more cultivators are on a stone step, there will be an eventual ranking battle. Su Zimo understood. For example, if 2 cultivators arrive at the 100th stone step, they will have to engage in a real fight to determine the victor. Chapter 7:18, Old Friends. Chapter 7:18, Old Friends. The eventual aim of the Golden Core phenomenon ranking is to gather the monster incarnates of the world. That's the reason why there isn't the situation of a mass fight to the death. Perfected Lord Luo Shui said, if many monster incarnates have to suffer immense losses all for the sake of a ranking list, that would go against the original intentions of Fairy Ling Long. Su Zimo nodded. The way of contending for the phenomenon ranking was indeed much milder and needless killing would be avoided. Perfected Lord Luo Shui said, the fight for the phenomenon ranking takes place 3 months later. At that time, 100,000 golden cores will be gathered at the base of the Myriad phenomenon peak. Perfected Lord Yujun of Enigma Palace will appear at that time to host, and apart from me, nascent souls of various super sects will spectate as well. Although the format of contention for the phenomenon ranking between the 100,000 paragons was relatively mild, the process will definitely be tense and exciting with a massive might. I've got it. Thank you for the information, Perfected Lord Luo Shui. Su Zimo greeted with cupped fists. Perfected Lord Luo Shui nodded. Your situation is unique since you are in possession of a great treasure such as the Divine Phoenix Bone and have offended many sects and factions. You can cultivate in this palace from today forth lest others create trouble for you. Countless eyes were locked onto Su Zimo in Myriad Phenomenon City. If he stayed here with Perfected Lord Luo Shui guarding over him, other sects and factions would not be able to trespass the territory of Snowdrift Valley to capture him. Thank you, Perfected Lord. Su Zimo expressed his thanks once again. Right. He recalled something and asked, Perfected Lord, may I ask if you've heard of cultivators from Elixir Yang's sect entering the ancient battlefield? Although there were many opportunities and treasures in the ancient battlefield, they were accompanied by dangers. Not all super sects and top factions would send cultivators into the ancient battlefield. Although Elixir Yang's sect was one of the 4 unorthodox groups, they did not specialize in combat, and it was only logical if they chose not to enter the ancient battlefield. The 4 unorthodox groups are all here, but they have yet to arrive in Myriad Phenomenon City, Perfected Lord Luo Shui replied. Su Zimo nodded. With Night Spirit escorting Xiaofan in the ancient battlefield, things should not be difficult. Although Su Zimo's group was hindered by many things along the way, they were able to continue on the road day and night thanks to their powerful strength. They were considered as the first batch of cultivators to arrive at Myriad Phenomenon City. The other cultivators could not afford to behave as recklessly as time. Most sects and factions would choose to rest at night and travel in the day so that they could avoid large-scale beast stampedes as much as possible for safety reasons. After mulling for a moment, Su Zimo asked again, has the god race appeared in Myriad Phenomenon City? Perfected Lord Luo Shui's expression changed starkly as she spun around at the mention of the words, god race. She glared at Su Zimo with bright eyes and asked slowly, you've seen the god race? I have. Qing stood forward and said with conviction. What's the reason the god race has come here? Perfected Lord Luo Shui furrowed her brows with a grim expression. A moment later, she waved it off. You guys can rest here first. Feel free to inform cultivators of Snowdrift Valley and come look for me should you require anything. All right. Everyone replied. The palace was extremely spacious and many rooms were provided for cultivation. Su Zimo and the others picked a few cultivation rooms at random and stayed for the time being. As time passed by, the number of cultivators gathered in Myriad Phenomenon City increased and it bustled with life. From time to time, the palace of Snowdrift Valley would receive news of the arrival of certain paragons or monster incarnates or how some of them ascended the Myriad Phenomenon peak. At this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo's inner core was already at its peak and was at the perfected state. He could break through at any moment upon leaving the ancient battlefield. It was almost the same for him at the Golden Core realm. It won't be long before he sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough as long as he continued cultivating. This day, Su Zimo was cultivating in his room when he received a voice message outside the door. Fellow Daoist Su, there are people from Thousand Crane Sect here to see you. The voice of a Snowdrift Valley cultivator sounded. Thousand Crane Sect? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he rose and said, Please invite the fellow Taoists of Thousand Crane Sect in. Everyone, let's go and meet an old friend. Su Zimo knocked on the doors of Little Fatty and the others. Who? Little Fatty stretched and walked out with drowsy eyes. You'll know soon. Su Zimo smiled and walked out first. Everyone had just entered the hall when a few cultivators walked in from outside. They were all female and an intricate spirit crane was etched on the sect badges on their waist. Their leader had a cold expression and fairy-like features, as though nothing could bother her. Little Fatty's eyes widened and he rubbed them hardly while exclaiming, Sister Lengro? The expression of the female cultivator from Thousand Crane Sect was initially cold. When she heard that voice and turned to see the fatty and green-robed man opposite her, a hint of joy rose in her eyes. This was Lengro who had joined Thousand Crane Sect 20 years ago. Lengro had changed a lot after many years and her demeanor was colder than ever. However, there was warmth in the way she looked at Su Zimo, Little Fatty and the others. The moment he heard that disciples of Thousand Crane Sect were here, Su Zimo thought of Lengro. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, laughter echoed from outside. Immediately after, a man entered the palace with fluttering robes. He was handsome and had a delighted expression as he smiled toward Su Zimo and the others. How can I be missing from a reunion with old friends? Senior Brother G. Little Fatty exclaimed again with happiness in his eyes. It was Ji Qingtian who had joined Elixir Yang Sect 20 years ago. Su Zimo, Little Fatty, Lengro, and Ji Qingtian had not only been disciples of Ethereal Peak, they had even experienced life and death together. Su Zimo said loudly with cupped fists, Senior Brother Ji, you look good as ever. How have you been? Ha! Ji Qingtian burst into laughter. I can't be compared to you. Throughout these years, even in the Middle Continent, I could hear some news of you. The details were even more frightening after you entered the ancient battlefield. Although Lengro did not speak much, the smile on her face did not vanish after she caught sight of Su Zimo, Little Fatty and Ji Qingtian. The cultivators of Thousand Crane Sect are all surprised at the sight of that. In Thousand Crane Sect, she was a well-known ice beauty who did not speak nor smile much. To think that Lengro was smiling more than she did for the past 20 years in Thousand Crane Sect. In this foreign land, there was nothing more joyous than a reunion with old friends. Su Zimo kept looking out of the palace, as though he was anticipating something. Don't worry, Xiaoning is also here. She's behind me. Ji Qingtian waved it off. Tang Yu is interacting with cultivators of Snowdrift Valley but I slipped in here because I could not wait any longer, haha. A series of footsteps could be heard right as his laughter subsided. Su Zimo's gaze froze gradually. Not long after, more than 10 cultivators arrived together. Among them, a female cultivator wore faint yellow robes and had elegant features. She had a graceful bearing and her countenance resembled Su Zimo. The yellow-robed woman was none other than Su Zimo's sister whom he had not seen for years, Su Xiaoning. The siblings seemed to be telepathic and noticed one another instantly in the crowds. Instantly, Su Zimo's gaze softened. Bead-like tears welled up in Xiaoning's reddened eyes as she pursed her cherry lips. Words crammed in her throat endlessly, eventually converting into a yell. "Brother!" Chapter 719, Regret. Chapter 719, Regret. Xiaoning sprinted the entire way and threw herself into Su Zimo's embrace, ignoring everyone else. Although she had already grown up after 20 years, his embrace was spacious, warm and familiar as ever. Just like in the past, it could shield her from any storm and protect her from all dangers. Su Zimo patted Xiaoning on the back and he could barely conceal the emotions in his eyes as well. Most of the people present had seen Xiaoning before and naturally knew how close the siblings were. This was Little Fox's first time seeing Xiaoning and her gaze was filled with curiosity and surprise. She had never seen such emotions coming from Su Zimo throughout all these years. Everyone stood and watched quietly at the side without approaching to interrupt them. A long time later, Xiaoning broke free from Su Zimo's embrace and looked up at him, wiping away her tears. The siblings smiled at one another. Xiaoning seemed to have recalled something and slapped her storage bag. She retrieved an elixir and pinched it between her fingers before looking at Su Zimo joyfully. The elixir gave off a faint fragrance and Su Zimo merely took a quick whiff before he felt life surge into his body. "This is?" Su Zimo asked instinctively. Xiaoning waved it off casually and smiled. "This is a longevity elixir, don't you recognize it? It can be used to help our brother extend his life." When he heard that and saw the smile on Xiaoning's face, Su Zimo's eyes dimmed dejectedly. "Brother, what's wrong?" Xiaoning was sensitive and asked curiously when she sensed the change in Su Zimo's mood. Su Zimo lowered his head slightly in silence. For some reason, Xiaoning panicked and the smile on her face stiffened as well. She opened her mouth slightly and wanted to speak, but stopped. She could vaguely sense something but she did not dare to ask. A long time later, she forced a smile and continued, "The medicinal power of a normal longevity elixir is too strong and it's meant for golden cores. Ordinary mortals won't be able to endure it and they will explode and die. For all these years, I've been researching on how to milden the effects of the longevity elixir. I tried to replace and fuse with different spirit herbs and I finally succeeded last year. I guarantee that Big Brother will definitely not be injured or exposed to any side effects after consuming it." Su Zimo remained silent. Gradually, the smile on Xiaoning's face disappeared. Her eyes reddened once more as her petite frame trembled. She continued rambling incessantly, as though that was the only way she could hide her fear and panic. "As long as Big Brother consumes this longevity elixir, he will be able to extend his lifespan by 50 years at least and we can be reunited once more. I'll have more time to research other elixirs that can extend his lifespan using that 50 years. Brother, don't worry, I'm now a legacy disciple of Elixir Yang's sect. As long as I have sufficient time, I'll definitely have the capability to refine better elixirs." Silence ensued in the palace. Xiaoning's quivering voice was the only sound that reverberated. "The three of us siblings will stay together forever without being separated, shall we?" Xiaoning's heart was in pain and she could no longer continue. Finally, Su Zimo lifted his head and looked in Xiaoning's reddened eyes, saying slowly and gently, "Big Brother has passed away." There was a boom. Xiaoning felt her mind go blank as she shuddered from her sadness and almost fainted. Tears gushed out of her eyes. Why? Her lips trembled and her face turned pale as she sobbed silently while murmuring repeatedly, "How did this happen? Why did this happen? Heis. Everyone sighed emotionally at the sight of that. This was the cruelty of cultivating. There would eventually come a day when one's kin left them. Longevity was sought from cultivation, while seeking power, one would lose many other things. Xiaoning felt her heart wrench and her head spin. Her vision blurred and she lost consciousness completely soon after. Su Zimo supported Xiaoning and his expression only softened after he scanned her body with a trace of spirit energy. She merely fainted due to the great shock from her sorrow. Her body was not affected. Su Zimo was probably the only person who could empathize with Xiaoning's pain. Xiaoning only had a single goal for cultivating, refining elixirs, and even leaving her hometown to join Elixir Yang's sect that was far in the middle continent. It was just so she could refine an elixir that could extend one's lifespan and do it for Su Hong. Now, she has succeeded. However, Su Hong was gone. The most regrettable thing was that the two of them did not manage to see the other for one last time. The last time the two of them met was more than 20 years ago in Pingyang town when Xiaoning left with Ji Yaoxue. Who would have thought that the goodbye at that time was an eternal farewell? This might probably be a pain in Xiaoning's heart forever. Su Zimo was helpless regarding everything. However, each time he was reminded of his older brother and the citizens of Yen country who lost their families and homes in the raging flames of war, Su Zimo's resolve grew firmer. He was no saint and had never thought of saving the masses single-handedly or changing the world to create a grand era of peace. All he wanted to do was to give all living beings a choice. A chance for them to change their fates. Even without spirit roots, they can cultivate and escape the underworld to live long lives. In this chaotic world, as long as one couldn't cultivate, they had no control over their lives. Cultivators, bandits, beasts and birds, were all threats and dangers for them. In this chaotic world, the outcome of the masses was destined to be tragic. Su Hong was one of them. If Su Zimo had not met Daiyu, he would have been one among many. That was why Su Zimo wanted to establish a Dao. Daiyu altered his fate for him. He wanted to alter the fates of the masses. I'm going to allow all lives in this world the ability to cultivate and become immortals. Su Zimo carried Xiaoning carefully and brought her into his cultivation room. He placed her down gently before returning to the palace and looked at everyone from Elixir Yang's sect. Tang Yu was not much different from 20 years ago and was still dressed as a man, looking flirtatious and casual. Fellow Daoist, thank you for taking care of Xiaoning for all these years. Su Zimo cupped his fists towards her and nodded to express his thanks. Fu, you don't have to thank me. Tang Yu replied, Xiaoning's talent in elixir formation is above mine and is now the most regarded in the sect. If she continues cultivating, there are no limits to what she can accomplish in elixir formation. Within the sect. She paused for a moment before pointing to a black-robed man at the side and smiled with pursed lips. With Night Spirit guarding Xiaoning, nobody dares to bully her at all. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat at the mention of Night Spirit. He swept his gaze across earlier on but did not catch sight of Night Spirit in the crowd from Elixir Yang's sect. Normally speaking, Night Spirit should always be by Xiaoning's side. Su Zimo was not the only one. At the mention of Night Spirit, the golden lion at the back rubbed his palms in secret and his ears propped up. Why was he ranked behind this Night Spirit that he had never seen before after they became sworn siblings? Furthermore, the golden lion heard that this Night Spirit character was merely just born slightly more than 20 years ago. In that case, Night Spirit was nothing more than an inexperienced cub. The golden lion snickered coldly in his heart and was prepared to teach this cub a lesson. Chapter 720, No Attachments. Chapter 720, No Attachments. Su Zimo's gaze was gradually fixed on a black-robed man in the crowd. The man looked very young and had a sharp face with a cold expression. His gaze was as deep as the sea and he could not be read. Although the black-robed man was neither tall, short, nor muscular, his body gave off a feeling of agility, nimbleness and strength. It was as though the man did not have a single piece of flesh or muscle that was excess. The man stood on the spot motionlessly and seemed relaxed. However, Su Zimo could vaguely sense that he would be the first to react should anything happen. Extremely dangerous. Su Zimo could count with the fingers on one hand how many demon beasts of the same level could give him this feeling. The black-robed man stared at Su Zimo fearlessly and calmly. The glint in Su Zimo's eyes intensified. The eyes of the black-robed man turned deeper as well. As their gazes met, a shuddering murderous aura spread through the air and Monkey and the others felt their fur stand on end. Against that pressure, everyone went silent instinctively with bated breath. Just as everyone could barely withstand it, Su Zimo smiled and asked, "Night Spirit?" There was finally some expression on the black-robed man's face as he strode quickly before Su Zimo. Although his lips were pursed and he did not speak, he could not conceal the emotions and longing in his eyes. "Ha ha ha!" Su Zimo burst into laughter and patted Night Spirit on the shoulder while nodding. "Thank you for taking care of Xiaofan for all these years. It's only right." Night Spirit spoke with a firm voice that resounded like metal. Initially, Su Zimo did not dare to acknowledge Night Spirit since he did not emanate any demonic chi at all. For ordinary demon beasts such as Monkey and the others, although they could take on human form and speak in human tongue at Golden Core Realm, they would inevitably emit demonic chi. Cultivators could recognize them right away after unlocking their spirit eyes. For demons, they would have to cultivate to the nascent soul realm and refine an essence spirit before they can hide their demonic chi completely. However, Night Spirit had a mysterious background and frightening bloodline. He must have awakened the legacy in his bloodline by now. He must have inherited some secret skill that allowed him to conceal his demonic chi at the Golden Core Realm. In other words, nobody could expose Night Spirit even if he were to hide within cultivators. "Huh? Your little Night Spirit?" Monkey approached with curiosity and circled around Night Spirit, murmuring, "Not bad, although your body is rather skinny, it does seem rather strong. You've changed so much. We couldn't even recognize you in your human form." The Spirit Tiger's eyes narrowed and he approached as well, sniffing and touching Night Spirit all around. "Little Night Spirit, do you remember me? I'm Little Crane. I brought you the milk of so many demon beasts and even brought you out to play. You must have been picky with your food again, look how skinny you are." Ching Ching came over and rubbed Night Spirit on the cheeks with her slender hands as well. His initially cold face was squeezed into odd shapes that looked amusing. Monkey could not help but grab around as well while grinning. There were many hands roaming around Night Spirit's body. Night Spirit could only roll his eyes in exasperation. Su Zimo could not hide his smile. Monkey, the Spirit Tiger and Little Crane once watched Night Spirit grow up and went out to hunt for food for him. None of them ever complained even if they were injured all over. If it was anybody else, they would be rendered a corpse before they even approached Night Spirit, much less touch him on the body. The four of them were delighted after their long-awaited reunion and played together without caring about what anybody else thought. Of course, Night Spirit loved to be quiet and was basically motionless. Most of the time, it was the Spirit Tiger and Ching Ching who were snickering merrily. Little Fox stood at the side and a hint of envy flashed through her eyes. "Yes, he's indeed just a cub without any temper and is easy to bully." The Golden Lion sized Night Spirit up and thought to himself, "I'll let him have a taste of my power later on so that he'll know what's good for him and be seventh obediently." He felt that among the 7 of them sworn siblings, he had a noble bloodline and extraordinary combat strength. Yet, how was he ranked as the 7th sibling at the end of the day? The Golden Lion was indignant. "Right." The Spirit Tiger recalled something and patted Night Spirit on the shoulder. "Let me tell you, we've become sworn siblings and we've included you as well. This is first. He pointed to Su Zimo, then at Monkey. This is second. I, Hubatian, am third. Ching Ching is your fourth sister and your fifth. Yes. Night Spirit seemed nonchalant regarding it. Even without vowing to be sworn siblings, he viewed Su Zimo and the others as kin. He was even less bothered about the rankings. You're not the youngest, you've got a sister and brother beneath you. Ching Ching snickered. This is Foxy, she's from the fox race and she's sixth. She's your younger sister, so you've got to take care of her in the future. Hello, Brother Night Spirit. Little Fox greeted obediently. Night Spirit nodded. He was cold by nature and knew nothing about Little Fox at all. It was already a warm greeting for him to nod his head. You don't have to worry about that. The Spirit Tiger waved his huge hand. Foxy is close with First and nobody can hurt her with him protecting her. Night Spirit looked between Su Zimo and Little Fox. You're spouting nonsense again. Little Fox said softly with flushed cheeks. Monkey pointed to the Golden Lion at the side and said, That's seventh and he's your younger brother from the Golden Lion race. The Golden Lion walked over in huge strides with a smile on his face, greeting passionately, Brother Night Spirit, although this is the first time we're meeting, I feel as though I've known you for a long time. Shall we go somewhere else and get to know one another better? All right. Night Spirit looked at the Golden Lion indifferently and nodded. He could naturally sense the Golden Lion's hostility and took advantage of the flow. The Golden Lion was delighted when Night Spirit agreed to it, yelling, Brother Night Spirit, follow me. The Golden Lion headed towards his own cultivation room. Night Spirit followed soon after. Monkey, the Spirit Tiger and Ching Ching acted as though nothing was wrong and did not stop them, as though they were not bothered by what was happening. Su Zimo could not sit by idly and coughed gently, whispering beside Night Spirit, Be gentler, he's your younger brother after all. Night Spirit nodded. Bam! The doors of the cultivation room were bolted dead. Monkey, the Spirit Tiger and Ching Ching jumped on the spot and looked at the cultivation room far away with excited, gloating expressions. The Spirit Tiger said deeply, That stupid lion's going to last for 15 minutes. Ching Ching said, 100 breaths at most. Monkey said, 30. Boom. Before their words were finished, there was a loud bang from the cultivation room. The next moment, the doors were pushed open with a creak. Night Spirit walked out with a calm expression. Behind him, on the iron door of the cultivation chamber, the Golden Lion's entire body was stuck on it, sunken in. A human-shaped dent was caved in the solid iron door. The Golden Lion had a stumped expression and a lost gaze as sparkling tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. He no longer had any attachments towards living. Chapter 721, Storm. Chapter 721, Storm. Ha ha ha. Monkey clutched his stomach at the sight of that and burst into laughter, unable to contain himself any longer. Was that 3 breaths? He came out as soon as he went in. Golden Hair, you were way too fast. The Golden Lion finally realized that he was set up upon hearing the laughter of Monkey and the others as he glared at them begrudgingly. However, he could not blame others for this either, he was the one that asked for it. The Golden Lion gazed at Night Spirit's back with a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. This man was way too frightening. Earlier on in the cultivation room, Night Spirit suppressed him within a single round. Furthermore, the Golden Lion could clearly sense that if they weren't sworn brothers, it would have been an ice-cold corpse that was stuck on the iron door. How is this a cub? This is a devil. The Golden Lion wanted to cry. Little Night Spirit, you've become so powerful after 20 years. Ching Ching was all smiles. When you were just born, you were only the size of a palm. Although you looked fierce, you were so fun to play with. Night Spirit pursed his lips and smiled bashfully. Ching Ching urged him, hurry, revert to your true form. Let me see just how much you've changed. That's right, I haven't seen you in such a long time. I wonder how you look like now. The Spirit Tiger added, back then, first looked through many ancient books to identify your background but he couldn't find anything at all. Monkey looked at Night Spirit somewhat expectantly as well, waiting for the latter to revert to his true form. Night Spirit slumped his head slightly with a hesitant expression, as though he was conflicted internally and was in pain. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he said calmly, there's nothing to see, he's almost the same as when he was young. Don't get excited out of nothing. In truth, Night Spirit had already grown massively after consuming the dragon egg. Now that 20 years were gone, Su Zimo had no idea what Night Spirit looked like either. However, when Su Zimo saw how conflicted Night Spirit was, he knew that the latter definitely had his difficulties and did not want to make things difficult for him. Night Spirit understood Su Zimo's intentions and looked at him gratefully. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo changed the topic and said with a smile, everyone, it's truly rare that the group of us are able to reunite in the ancient battlefield today. Let's have a drink. The road of cultivation was long and Tianhuang mainland was endless, everyone had their own paths. Some people never meet ever again after farewells, let alone 20 years later. Now that they were reunited, the joy in their hearts was indescribable. That's right, there's still 3 months to the fight for the phenomenon ranking. Since it's still early, we'll drink till we're drunk tonight. Ji Qingtian was an easygoing man as well and agreed readily. There's wine. Monkey smacked his lips and his eyes lit up. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. The number of cultivators gathered in Myriad Phenomenon City increased. Almost all the famous paragons of various sects and factions have arrived in Myriad Phenomenon City. It was a storm with the gathering of countless heroes. The arrival of every peerless paragon caused quite a stir within the city. During this period of time, Su Zimo resided within the huge palace of Snowdrift Valley and did not leave at all. Yet, news was transmitted one after another. Hang Qiuyu, the paragon of Sword Sect, had arrived at Myriad Phenomenon City. 20 years ago, many successors of various major sects fought Su Zimo beneath the human emperor's palace and some died while others were severely injured. There was nothing to speak of about those who died. Some of the successors who were severely injured did not manage to recover entirely, some of them became despondent from the setback of the huge blow and became nothing more than a commoner. Of course, there were also a few of them that underwent a metamorphosis and were reborn entirely. Hang Qiuyu was one of them. He was not the only one. Peng Yu of Overlord Palace and Monk Ju Chen of Diamond Monastery had arrived in Myriad Phenomenon City one after another and caused a great commotion. The 3 of them were the most prominent paragons back in the past. Indeed, the 3 of them gave Su Zimo immense pressure during the fight beneath the human emperor's palace as well. It's no wonder why they're paragons. Within the huge palace of Snowdrift Valley, Su Zimo murmured softly and rubbed his fingertips against one another, causing a spirit crane that contained information of the 3 of them to disintegrate into dust. There were many paragons that were defeated by Su Zimo previously, but the 3 of them were the only ones who got back on their feet. A few things were detailed clearly in the spirit crane. 20 years ago, the 3 of them received massive blows from the battle beneath the human emperor's palace. Yet, that became a blessing in disguise and they gained countless opportunities after their breakthroughs. They cultivated legacy phenomenons of their sects and rose again to become the number 1 golden cores of their respective sects. Of course, during this period of time, apart from the 3 of them familiar faces, a few other relatively foreign paragons were made known to Su Zimo. The fiend heir of Azura sect, Ren too. It was said that he was the most frightening successor to appear in Azura sect after the current Azura, Yen Beichen. He was only slightly more than 100 years old at this point of his cultivation, but his hands were filled with endless fresh blood. Legend has it that he was haunted by over 3 million vengeful ghosts, and the stench of blood could be smelled everywhere he passed, resembling an endless hell. Apart from Hang Qiuyu, Pang Yu, and Monk Ju Chen, Ren Tu was also a strong contender for a top 10 position on the phenomenon ranking. Monk Jian Kong of Hollow Monastery. This successor was from Hollow Monastery and cultivated a top-tier ancient phenomenon of the Buddhist monasteries, the seven-floor pagoda. A pagoda was a Buddhist tower. In the Buddhist monasteries, a seven-floor pagoda was of the highest grade. Even from the ancient era, it was almost the limit for successors of Hollow Monastery to cultivate a six-floor pagoda. There were barely any who could cultivate a seven-floor pagoda. Eventually, all of them got to the top of the phenomenon ranking and became the titular disciples of that generation. Now that Monk Jian Kong entered the ancient battlefield with his seven-floor pagoda, his intentions could not be clearer. Of course, everyone knew that although the seven-floor pagoda was strong, it was still inferior compared to the legacy phenomenon of the human emperor, Chaos Ocean. Above the palace, perfected Lord Luo Shui frowned slightly. The fight for the phenomenon ranking this time round is likely to be extremely intense. Previously, any ancient phenomenon would most probably make it to the top of the list, but things are different this time round. Ren Tu's Corpse Mountain Blood Sea and Monk Jian Kong's seven-floor pagoda were both among them. In fact, many lost ancient phenomenons are reappearing in this era. A clash as such is rare even in the ancient era. Perfected Lord Luo Shui mulled deeply. You've got to be careful and not pit yourself against Di Yin recklessly. Su Zimo had a calm expression and did not refute her. After all, Di Yin's fame had been there for a long time. When he was in his 30s 100 years ago, Di Yin suppressed various paragons domineeringly in the previous phenomenon ranking and obtained the top spot. In the eyes of many cultivators, although Su Zimo's rapid uprising and a few great battles have pushed his reputation up in recent years, he was still inferior to Di Yin. At that moment, a shadow darted over. Ji Qingtian entered the palace, panting with a grim expression as he said slowly, Di Yin has arrived. Instantly, all the cultivators who were initially meditating in silence in the palace opened their eyes. That was a name nobody could ignore. Things in Myriad Phenomenon City had heated up completely. Chapter 722, Di Yin, Release Him. Chapter 722, Di Yin, Release Him. Su Zimo rose with an unyielding gaze. Even he could not maintain his composure at the mention of that name. 10 years ago, he exchanged blows with Di Yin at the bottom of Dragon Burial Valley and both of them sustained slight injuries. Furthermore, Di Yin was the only one who could match him in melee combat. Su Zimo did not know how that person cultivated or the sorts of miraculous opportunities he had encountered to be able to temper his body to that terrifying extent. He was even more curious about how much that man has grown after 10 years. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of figures soared into the air. Everyone arrived at the top of the palace and looked down at Myriad Phenomenon City. Almost at the same time, a series of figures rose in Myriad Phenomenon City. Everyone had their eyes on Di Yin's arrival in the city. Roar! A deafening noise echoed. A gigantic and menacing demon beast walked through the long street domineeringly and everyone in front of it gave way fearfully. The fur on the beast's body was extremely long and it resembled a tiger in shape. It had a human's face, tiger's feet, teeth of a boar and its tail was 108 foot long. Four horns that were incomparably sharp surged into the air. It was a primordial ferocious beast, the Tao Wu. Many cultivators in Myriad Phenomenon City arrived mounted on their spirit beasts. However, in the face of the Tao Wu, all the spirit beasts were docile and kept mum in fear. An ancient remnant beast that could not dodge in time at the front was swallowed whole by the Tao Wu and fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The owner of the ancient remnant beast turned frightfully, but he could only clench his teeth, endure things and leave. Although fighting between cultivators was forbidden within the city, there were no restrictions on killing between demon beasts. This is a being of the primordial era and it is extremely violent with incredible strength. Unknowingly, perfected Lord Luo Shui had arrived behind everyone and said slowly. Su Zimo nodded. 10 years ago, the primordial ferocious beast suffered a huge loss in his hands. Although it was extremely strong, its head was pinned violently to the ground by Su Zimo, but it did not die. Now, it was clear that the primordial ferocious beast was even more terrifying than it was 10 years ago. I'm not his match. The golden lion shook his head with a grim expression. The spirit tiger took a deep breath and frowned when he sensed the aura the Tao Wu gave off. This fella is troublesome to deal with. Monkey remained silent and merely pouted his lips, seemingly in disdain. He had a prideful nature and would definitely not admit defeat even if he could not win the other party. Night Spirit was the most composed among everyone present. He looked at the Tao Wu that barged its way through the city with a cold gaze. There were no emotions in his eyes and they were like still waters. If the Tao Wu was already so frightening, how powerful would someone who could subdue that primordial ferocious beast be? Countless gazes in Myriad Phenomenon City were fixed on someone. A figure sat on the back of the primordial ferocious beast. The person did not look old and he wore purple robes. His brows extended to his temples, his eyes were shut and he had an indifferent expression that spread in all directions and suppressed the place. He was the top of the previous phenomenon ranking, the number 1 golden core of Tianhuang mainland. Di'in. Now that Di'in was back in this familiar place 100 years later, he was like an emperor that ruled over the world, nobody could stop him. His reputation precedes him. This man sure is frightening. Ji Qingtian's pupils constricted as he shook his head and said somewhat dejectedly, I don't even have the courage to strike against this man. Defeated before a battle. That was how powerful a person's aura could be. A cultivator's mental state could be affected even though they were kilometers apart. Right from the beginning, Di'in did not even open his eyes. It might be because he was resting. Or, it might be because there was nobody in Myriad Phenomenon City who was worthy of him looking at. His simple act of sitting on the Tao Wu casually to enter the city had already brought forth immense pressure to all the cultivators in Myriad Phenomenon City. The nascent souls were no exception. Perfected Lord Luo Shui frowned slightly with a look of disbelief as she murmured, his strength has already grown till such an extent? A middle-aged cultivator followed close behind Di'in blindly. Perfected Lord Han Yi? Perfected Lord Luo Shui's eyes flickered as she said softly, to think that he would be here too. Su Zimo's gaze shifted. Behind Di'in and perfected Lord Han Yi were cultivators of Chaos Essence Sect, including Nia Hao who was defeated by Lin Xuanji. All of a sudden. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze towards a cultivator in the Chaos Essence Sect crowd. To be precise, it was a little young monk. His hands were bound by a shiny silver rope that restricted his spirit energy and he was being pushed forward. That little monk was none other than Ming Zhen who was separated from Su Zimo after entering the ancient battlefield. Although many cultivators have gathered in Myriad Phenomenon City for the past few days, there was no news of Ming Zhen. Given Ming Zhen's capabilities, there were few people in the ancient battlefield who could suppress him. Even if Ming Zhen could not win them, he could definitely escape far away. To think that he would have met with Di'in. There were a few wounds on Ming Zhen's body with flesh that was ripped and rotten with pus blood. It was clear that he had suffered immensely along the way. Su Zimo's gaze turned cold. Ming Zhen chanted sutras and studied Buddhism and Zen daily at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. He was far away from mortal strife and possessed an innocent heart filled with sincerity. Each time Su Zimo had a question, Ming Zhen would explain carefully without a single bit of annoyance. In terms of seniority, Ming Zhen was his senior brother. However, Ming Zhen was extremely young and Su Zimo had always regarded him as a younger brother. When he saw the state that Ming Zhen was in, the killing intent in Su Zimo's heart surged instantly. Di sensed something and his eyes jolted wide open. It was initially bright and sunny in Myriad Phenomenon City. The moment Di opened his eyes, a shadow shrouded over the place and the temperature dipped. Many cultivators in Myriad Phenomenon City could not help but shudder with pounding hearts as their hairs stood on end. Di-Yin's senses were way too sharp. He could sense Su Zimo's hostility almost instantly. Both their gazes met in midair. Ah, it's Su Zimo. One of them is the current #1 golden core and the other is the legendary strongest monster incarnate in history. The two of them are about to face one another. Many cultivators whispered. Both of their auras climbed continuously, neither of them was willing to express weakness. Suddenly, Su Zimo hollered with a thunderous force, Di-In, release him. Su Zimo made use of a vocal technique from the Buddhist monasteries and his voice had the effect of resonance and awakening anyone from a state of stupor. Many cultivators felt their minds rattle. A weak-willed person might have bowed down immediately. The entire place went into chaos. Nobody in Myriad Phenomenon City dared to speak to Di-In in that manner. Even nascent souls had to show respect to Di-In. That was because Di-In could have advanced to the nascent soul realm 100 years ago. He suppressed his cultivation intentionally and waited till this day so that he could ascend the Myriad Phenomenon peak once more and leave his name on the ancient phenomenon stele. Furthermore, he would definitely become a top-tier nascent soul the moment he advanced and could suppress almost all the perfected lords in the ancient battlefield. Nobody expected a face-off the moment they met one another. Furthermore, from Su Zimo's words, it seemed as though he meant something. Chapter 723, You're Worthy. Chapter 723, You're Worthy. Boom! Su Zimo descended from the skies and left a streak of air in his wake. He landed violently on the streets like a meteor in front of the crowd from Chaos Essence Sect. The stone slabs beneath his feet broke apart with a series of cracks that extended outwards. Dust billowed. Bang! 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 Little Fatty, Shijian, Monkey and the others descended one after another as well and the entire ground quaked. No matter what, they would stand by Su Zimo's side unconditionally. Ming Zhen jolted emotionally when he caught sight of Su Zimo. Di-In sat on the Tao Wu's back high and above, glaring down at Su Zimo who was not far away with his lips curled into a fake smile. Nia Hao stood out and pointed to Su Zimo, shouting, "Who are you? How dare you speak to senior brother D in that manner?" Humph! Little Fatty sneered repeatedly, not willing to be seen as the weaker party. "Who the hell are you? Why are you barking here? You!" Nia Hao was interrupted by Little Fatty before he could continue. "I wonder who it was that picked a fight with others only to receive an immense beating like a dog. Even his grandmother would be ashamed." Ha ha ha. Monkey and the others burst into laughter. Little Fatty was good at talking, there was no way Nia Hao could be his match. He was naturally referring to how Nia Hao was taught a lesson by Lin Xuanji at the Astral Dragon Sputum Lair. It was indeed Nia Hao's trigger point but he could not refute it at all. Nia Hao's face flushed scarlet when he sensed the burning gazes in the surrounding. However, he could only clench his teeth spitefully and was unable to say another word. Di-In, I'll say it one more time. Su Zimo raised his head slightly with a cold gaze before slowly saying, "Release him." Di-In had a calm expression and was unmoved. However, the mockery in his eyes intensified. "Su Zimo, don't be reckless." Perfected Lord Luo Shui's voice sounded within his mind. Fights between cultivators are forbidden in the city. Almost everyone has been alerted to this commotion. If you act recklessly in front of such a crowd, you will definitely be killed. Su Zimo knew it very well. Perfected Lord Luo Shui did not say that to frighten him, it was the truth. If he violated the rules of Myriad Phenomenon City, even she wouldn't be able to protect him. However, he could not sit by idly seeing that Ming Zhen was in Di Yin's hands. Su Zimo, remember what I told you? Di Yin said slowly, I've warned you not to come into the ancient battlefield or you'll definitely die here. The moment he said that, a stir broke out in the crowd. From the sound of that, it seems like they've known one another previously. Yes, it seems like they've got a grudge with one another long ago. This should be interesting. Su Zimo said coldly, I was the one that walloped your beast previously, it has nothing to do with others. You can come with me with all you've got, I'll take it all. Fufu, interesting. Di Yin chuckled. You've got to have bargaining chips if you want me to release him. What do you want? Your right hand. Myriad Phenomenon City went silent instantly. Su Zimo's right hand was the legendary divine phoenix bone. It was an utmost treasure of the universe. A legendary mythical object. It was a treasure that connate spirit weapons or even connate dermic weapons could not match. Fufufu. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed and remarked nonchalantly, Di Yin, you're afraid. Would I be afraid of you? Di Yin seemed to have heard the greatest joke in the world. Su Zimo shook his head. You wish to leave your name on the ancient phenomenon Stele and fight to be the top of the phenomenon ranking, yet, you're afraid. You do not even have the courage to fight against me. Humph. The Tao Wu glared at Su Zimo with endless hatred in its eyes. Back at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, it was nearly killed by a single palm strike from Su Zimo, that was the greatest humiliation in its lifetime. For the past 10 years, with Di Yin's help, it obtained many opportunities and encounters as well. As such, its strength had climbed to a whole new level along with its confidence. The Tao Wu stomped on the ground furiously and grit its teeth. You've got to get through me if you wish to fight my master. You think you're worthy of it? Su Zimo swept his gaze and hollered, scram. It was deafening like the explosion of a thunderbolt. A gigantic air current surged out of Su Zimo's mouth and almost formed a cyclone. Caught off guard, the Tao Wu shuddered and its ears rang continuously. It lost its footing from the coil of the cyclone and fell backwards uncontrollably. Di Yin frowned and pushed his body down to stabilize the Tao Wu. The Tao Wu shrugged its head and snapped out of its stupor. It steadied itself and the hatred in its eyes intensified. The crowd fell into an uproar. The Tao Wu was a primordial ferocious beast and was one of the most terrifying and fearsome types. Although there were around 100,000 paragons in Myriad Phenomenon City, there were probably less than 100 of them who could suppress the primordial ferocious beast. Nobody expected the beast to almost topple over because of a single shout from Su Zimo. The Tao Wu was enraged. Although it was a demon beast, it felt ashamed that something as such happened right in front of everyone. It had nowhere to vent the frustration in its heart. Tao Wus were easily enraged and were the most violent. At that moment, blood was the only thing that could quench the rage in its heart. The Tao Wu's eyes shifted towards the few demon beasts in human form behind Su Zimo and seemed to have thought of something. Ow! Ow! It cried a few times. Di Yin understood and nodded, saying, Su Zimo, I'll give you another chance. You can send a spirit beast to fight against my Tao Wu. If you can win it, I'll release him. If you lose, I'll spare your right hand for now, but you'll have to hand over your Purple Thunder manual. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. He sure has everything planned out. There are many spirit beasts in the city, but which of them is a match for the Tao Wu? Fufu, although that monkey from the previous time was strong, it is definitely not a match for the Tao Wu. On the surface, he's giving Su Zimo a chance, but in reality, that is nothing but a dead end. The cultivators in the vicinity discussed. The spirit tiger, Qing Qing, the golden lion and little fox who were behind Su Zimo went silent. The spirit tiger said softly, "If I have a little more time to cultivate, I might be able to try and take on that Tao Wu. But for now, I can't win it." "I'll do it." Monkey stood out. To be fair, he did not have much confidence against the enraged Tao Wu. However, if he entered the berserk state and triggered the mysterious power in his bloodline, he might have a chance to fight this Tao Wu to the death. Su Zimo was hesitant. This might be his only chance to save Mingzhen. He could not afford to lose. It did not matter if he lost the Purple Thunder Manual, but Monkey's life could be at stake if he lost. "Let me do it." Suddenly, a calm voice sounded behind Su Zimo. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he was instantly at ease the moment he heard that voice. It was Night Spirit. He had almost forgotten about him. "Su Zimo, do you agree to it?" Dean pressed. "All right." Su Zimo was no longer hesitant and agreed to it readily. "Amazing." Dean smiled gently. "Since it's a fight between spirit beasts, we'll both not interfere and let them fight to their heart's content. They'll fight to the death." "Are you sure?" Su Zimo raised his brow. Dean declared proudly, "A gentleman will always honor his words." You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.